Good morning. I hope everybody's doing good. Today I want to go through my process of mixing down track. There's a few things I want to cover first before I do, because there's been a few questions like before I get into the actual mixing that had Bust of Fingers actually asked me a question 2 days ago about how I separate the sessions, because a lot of people, they mix during the process of when they're producing, and I actually arrange everything first, and then I'll go back, replace the sounds, replace the samples, and do the sound design second, and then after that do the mix down, add animation or automation, and then add reverb and time-based effects like chorus and delays. If it's for a special effect, if it's part of sound design, I don't. So before I get into the actual mixing, I want to show how I separate it. Both the Fingers said that with like live recordings, it's a lot easier than producing inside the house or inside the audio software. So for me to separate these process, in Bitwig, it's really easy. I can't show on this because I didn't start off with this, but I've been working on a template for a while. And if we look at my kick drum, I have these containers set up for like a mix, automation, and effect. So anything that's like inside or affecting the sound itself, like if I want to do, like if I have a frequency that I don't like, I can set EQ to cut it to change the tone of it. But then if I go in the mix section and add an EQ, that EQ is only going to affect the mix of how it's reacting with the other sounds. So I know that can be hard to like get in the habit of, okay, I'm doing an EQ, but I'm only doing it to change the tone, not to make it a little bit brighter or more high end. Same thing with compression. If I do compression in the sound design area, we can look at the mid bass over here, and I have trash, which is distortion, but I also have dynamics for a multi-band compression. And this compression is not really for mixing, it's only to change the tone of the sound. So once I go into the mixing, I'll probably add another compression to tame the peaks. So it's kind of breaking down into separate stages. Like if I'm going to do something, I'll have to do it only for a reason. And I'll explain more into that when I go through the process, because I think once I show how I do it, it'll make it a little bit easier. The other thing is there's a lot to explain with mixing, so I think the best way for me to do this is just to mix down this track first, explain what I'm doing, and then if there's any questions, ask what they are, and I'll try to explain what's going on during that time. And if there's something that I don't touch on, I'll try to explain it afterwards, because sometimes I do things that I may not do in a different mix. And there's one more thing I want to touch on before I start. Oh, analyzer. I have an analyzer. I don't usually keep on stream, but actually I have two monitors this time. So if you guys want the analyzer on stream or not, let me know. I may keep it on stream just so I can explain it easier. I think that's it for like the pre-introduction. I want to assume that most people have a decent understanding of what the purpose of mixing is. To give a basic rundown, you want everything to be kind of leveled. Let me see if I can bring like a document up real quick. I don't know if it'll let me. But what I mean by level is that we hear frequencies different depending on what they are. If a sub bass frequency is hitting at like -5 decibels and a hi-hat is hitting at -5 decibels, the volume is going to be the same, but the frequency of the hi-hat is higher, so it's going to produce more energy. So we're going to hear the hi-hats a lot more clearer and easier than we will the sub bass. So technically, even though they're both the same volume, the hi-hats will sound louder just because of how our ears perceive this frequency difference. So you want to, in theory, have the sub bass at like -5 and then the hi-hat at like -15. Those numbers are just like made up. It's not like an actual number. This is something to do with the flexure curve or relative hearing, and what that means is like this part will be louder than say this part, and then it'll go up a little bit more, and then this part will be like the quietest. It's to explain like how we hear things based on how sensitive we are to the frequency. To compensate for this, we can mix with pink noise, which is let's see if I can bring that up. Alright, so let me plug up my MIDI keyboard because originally I wasn't going to use it. Okay, so this is pink noise. So you can see like this area is higher than these, and this is like a little bit lower, than bounce back up. So mixing with pink noise will give like a rough estimate of how our ears will react to these frequencies. To compensate this, you can mix with pink noise, kind of make your levels similar to this. What I like to do is I mix with slope, which is 4.5 decibels. And we can see like it changes radically. So mixing with slope should also get the same benefit. So if I just play this real quick, let me turn off my gain. We can see everything's kind of level. I mean, there's a few peaks because it's not mixed yet, but mixing with pink noise or a 4.5 decibel slope, you can pretty much make everything similar or kind of even. So using an analyzer will help a lot with that. Before I do this, there's one concept or one thing I want to say, because I know someone's going to bring it up. Do I rely on an analyzer more or my ears? It's both. First I use my ears, and then I use the analyzer to double check. I feel like you basically can't mix everything without an analyzer. I think that pretty much covers everything before I go into the first process. So the first thing I want to do is kind of find like what my highest peak is in the track. So I'm just going to let it play out and have a listen of what it sounds like, not mix, or kind of pre-mix, I guess. Alright, so it looks like our peak is 6.0. So, with mixing, it's not really a number that you want to try to go for. Some people like -6, some people like -3, some people like -8, some people like -12. Technically, I can let this go and just send it off as it is, but it's not. It can be better. So what I mean by that, if we look at these percussions, let me bring up this analyzer real quick over here. Hang on. Okay. So if we look at these percussions, you know, everything's mixed like decent, but where's that? One of these. I think it's this one. I think yeah, I already did it. So some things it's already pre-mixed, but if I take this off, you know, there's a lot of noise down here. So like it can be better. Alright, so now we got the peak. First thing I do is clean up everything. And what I mean by that is cut off the bottom ends I don't need. I kind of did that on some things already, and then I gain stage it back. So I'm just gonna go through and cut off the bottom end. And at first I'll cut it off till I notice there's a difference in the sound itself, and then I may play it back in the mix and come back a little bit because it'll sound different by itself and with the mixing or within the mix. So if we just, because I want to make sure this gain stage, I'll go ahead and turn off everything. What's this? Oh, just filter. So I'm gaining like 2 decibels off that. Alright, so I pull it up to I know there's a change, and then with distortion, I'm losing a little bit of the warm area down here, so I pull it back, and that way I can get a little bit of the warm harmonics down this area. So that one's cleaned up a little bit. The kick, I think I already did this one for the most part. Yeah. Snare, hadn't touched the snare yet, but I think that's because this is the original snare. Yeah, if you cut lows in the story, it'll be a new low. I haven't got there yet, Shroomhead. So crunchy, you have legit problems, feel what I'm saying? Do I need to speak louder, or I mean, I can if I need to. Another thing with EQing, I like to do drastic jumps. So at first on this snare, you know, I went straight to 300 because I know where need to quieter. I know where like the wooden area or like the punchiest of the snares at. So from 300, I went up to 500. That's a pretty That's TV in the background. Let me see if I can shut the door a little bit. My mom's in the living room. Alright, so from 300 to 500, at 500 the snare was too thin. It was losing its punch, so if we play it real quick. It's a little bit thinner, but it's hard to detect it. But with bigger jumps, like from 3 to 2, you're not doing like small increments, what most people would do. And the reason I don't do small increments is because it's easier to get into the habit of listening to the repetitive sound over and over again. So, just so I don't get bored of the sound, I do quick jumps from like real big increments and then slowly go into like lower increments of like 20 hertz difference. So now we got the bottom end on this one. And before it was 14, after 11. So we just gained like 3 decibels right there. And all I did was just cut off, nothing changed. The sound hadn't changed or anything. There's one thing with this layer though, and that's this drum. So I may actually split that off into the second layer. Actually, I won't, because I don't want that lower end in there. No, I have to. Because once I cut off the bottom end, well, hang on. No. Alright, I'm gonna be lazy. Normally I would cut that off because the lower end is, it's not, it's losing some of the punch on that drum, but I'm just gonna bump it up a little bit. Probably have to turn on. Some microphone stuff? Oh, it is still on. Why is it? Hang on. My microphone's stuck on, I don't know why. Alright, there we go. Can you hear me? Alright. You guys gotta tell me this because sometimes I'm not paying attention. But yeah, I have been talking. Well, I haven't really said anything useful. Let me tell you that. I may have been talking to myself, like EQ this down, cut that off, whatever. Basically, at this point, I'm just cutting off the bottom end. Like this crap right here, I probably don't need all that. So at this point, I'm just cutting off the bottom end. Once I get off of that, then that's where the real mixing starts coming in. Let me cut that off. Real compression you use. Alright, so I think I got like 0.4 decibels out of that. Alright, so let me bump this up 0.4 because every little bit counts. Oh yeah, that's much better. Alright, I have a feeling I'll come back to that one later though. I probably don't need all that rumble. Yeah, I don't. So there's a lot of low end on this one, but in the mix, it won't sound good. So I'm able to cut that off quite a bit. So right there we're getting 1.5 decibels. You never regain with EQ? I always regain with EQ. Because that's where you get most of the volume at, is gain station. Because if you do something, you're going to lose volume. Unless it's something... Unless it's like a delay. Because with delays, it will lose some volume, but you don't want to bring that up again, and I'll show you that later. You use auto gain. I don't trust automatic gaining. I know Trash does it also with the compressions, like auto gain compressions. I don't do that either. Just gotta like do everything by hand though. Yeah, I'll keep it like that for now. There's more things I can do to it, but it'll be alright for now. Yeah, see right there? Like, all that crap. Auto gain does compensate for pass filters. Yeah. No, I didn't hit a dab. I don't have anything. I'm out. Oh, you know what? My microphone got stuck on again. Son of a bitch. Hang on. Alright. Hopefully I fix it. Alright, if you gain stage 4.4, a little bit of advice for work for. If you need a high or low cut, double click left side of your EQ will automatically generate for you instead of the bell. Alright, let's try that. Okay, apparently my microphone doesn't like if I don't have OBS as like this highlighted selected window. So I may like alt tab back and forth to use my microphone. Alright, let me try that thing that Busted Fingers use. Max, like Bitwig. It'll make a high pass, anything above, make a low pass, high pass. Alright, let me try that real quick. On this EQ, I know you can't see it right now, but I did like a bell and then I did a slight boost above, I think it's like 1500. And I have like a soft rule for myself. If I'm doing mixing and if I'm doing a boost, I try not to go above 3 decibels. Because I feel like anything above that, you're actually changing the tone and like the sound of the sound of the, well, I guess the sound that you're using. But I feel like with mixing, you don't really need, like, the whole point is not to change what it sounds like, but to make things louder. So if I do a boost, it's gonna be a real gentle boost. Yeah, I knew about the mouse wheel, but I don't like using mouse wheel. It just feels weird to me. So going back to what I was saying in the beginning, how I keep things separated from the mix and the design and everything. On the previous impact, it had a delay, and I'm using that for kind of like a an effect to um, just give like character to like delay into the intro. And on this impact, I have a ladder filter. I'm using the ladder filter to actually change the tone of the sample. So I'm putting the EQ at the end of the filter because I want the filter to shape the tone, and then I use the EQ to change the levels. Shroom said he never used the mono version of the plugins. I do. For sub basses and sometimes I have a kick drum that's like in stereo for some reason, and I may use a mono EQ instead of a tool to save like one less plugin. Alright, so let me explain what I'm doing with this EQ. It's going to disappear. Alright, so okay, I just left the microphone on. And I'll just mute it whenever I'm playing something. So with this EQ on this mid, I cut off the bottom end because, like Sure mentioned before, if you distort it, it's going to add extra harmonics. And then I boosted this bottom up a little bit just to get more like warmth area. And then on this, I brought it down because this is where most of the peak is at. And the same thing here, brought down a little bit of the highs, that way it'll clear at the top end. I'm probably going to sidechain this to the snare drum later, and then brought down the highs just to make room for the hats. And then once I did all that, I still have a decibel at the gain stage, so I brought up a decibel in 5, because this is where the peak is at. These area right here and this one right here, that's not the peak. This is the peak. So I can bring this up a whole decibel, and everything else will still be like under the peak itself. So that's where gain station comes out the most. Even though you do like these cuts, you still gonna have a peak, and you can still bring it up a little bit. So now we got most of the elements cut off from the low end. Let's see how much this peak is now that we got this 6.0. I'm gonna bring it back a little bit, just to get like an idea of it. And when I say peak, I mean like the master peak right here. Hang on a second. looks funny. Yeah, it does look funny, but it makes sense. Sometimes I do it in two EQs. For the first EQ, I'll usually like some sounds I'm going to use two EQs, but Shredhead trying to explain what I'm doing. Yeah, like there's so many ways to do this. That's the thing about it. Like I understand what Shroom's saying, but I'm sure he knows what I'm saying also. Like that's the thing with mixing. There's so many different ways. With what Shroom's saying though, like I probably will clean up the hats a little bit more later on in the mix. But with that EQ that shut off, usually I split up into two EQs, with the first EQ being a cutoff for the low end of the highs. That one usually doesn't get gain stage unless it's like a major drop off. Like if I have percussion that has a negative 3 decibel peak in like the 60 hertz just because it's a noisy sample or something, then I may gain stage it. But on the second EQ, I'll easily end up doing that long curve that you've seen. So like the first EQ will probably just be these two notes, the green and the red, and then the second EQ will just be this. Because having like smaller EQ boosts, it's more controlling. Like you have more control than trying to shape the sound like this. You know, it's not really, you don't really have that much control over it. So now we got most things cut out. Let's go ahead and check out this peak. So we actually gain like 2 decibels. Probably because there's a lot of low end that I didn't need, and that may have changed the peaks in some of the tracks. So now, at this stage, I really like truly think that this is a pre-mix. So this is like before I actually get into the mix down itself. So I'm going to save a new version of this. And then from here, excuse me, there's 2 ways I can do this. I can turn everything down and redo the levels, or I can keep the levels where they're at and work around it. And for this one, since it's such a short track, I probably just keep the levels where they're at. There's not a lot of elements going on, and I'll probably just change the levels based on that. So the first step is clean up like any kind of unwanted frequencies, and then the second step after that is adjusting the levels. So I'm gonna go ahead and go through that now. I forgot to unmute my microphone while I was talking. I was trying to make fun of a Gap, saying to put OTT on it. But yeah, basically what you do is just put a compressor on it and just slam it so it looks like a sausage. Excuse me. I definitely had to turn these percussions though. So let me unmute my microphone, go back to doing the levels, and then after that I may think about OTT on the master. Maybe. Great, now my microphone won't mute. Lovely. Mute it. Go away. Apparently the OBS doesn't like it when I use two screens. Or my keyboard doesn't like it. Whatever, I'll just mainly. Alright, I gotta cut off this laser just so it doesn't take up headroom, because it's covering up by the other sounds, so I don't need the tail on it. While I'm doing it right now, even though I'm using an analyzer just to get like a rough idea, you notice the crash is too loud still. I'm getting I'm using my ears to hear how loud I kind of want it to be, and then after that, any kind of peaks that's like too low or too loud, like that crash, I'll go back and compress it. So the peaks are a little bit off right now, but the level and like how loud elements are compared to their relationship with the other elements, that's what I'm going for right now. So right now I'm just getting the levels. After that, that's when I go into maybe dynamics, but probably not. After this, I may go and do some more EQing to fit elements in better, and then after that, do dynamics to increase or fix the peaks and everything. Right now, I gotta do these effects to get the levels right, and then I'll go on to do the other EQs. Also, while doing the levels, I forgot to mention this, but sometimes I don't pan stuff during production. I used to work in mono and then in mixing, like during the levels. So that's when I go and do panning. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good about how the levels are sounding. I want to listen to the peak one more time just to see where I'm at. Okay, so it still looks like our peak is negative or 5.8. At this point, I'll go through and do slight dips to like fit everything else into each other. I gotta figure out what I want to do first though. So I'm gonna, once I get to the sound that I want, I'll explain what I'm doing. So what now? Alright, so what I did with this EQ on the snare drum, or actually it's two drums, it's like a hand drum and a snare. I brought down this little bit right here because I felt like that's where most of the I felt like there's some unneeded frequencies in this sound, like not really giving much to it. And then this is the peak. I didn't bring it up all the way where it was originally, just so I can boost it a little bit more. Give me a. I don't usually boost the peak back up to where it was originally. Usually just like decibel or two below, or like 0.2, just to give me more flexibility when I'm doing my EQs. And on this one is where there's a lot of unneeded frequencies again. Also, if I bring this up again and then solo this one band, it's not really useful. So I brought down this a little bit, and then it's 4900. The 4900 is where most of the snap comes out of the snare, or the high end. So I brought up the high end to bring it out of the mix a little bit. And the same thing with the mid, since they're fighting against each other. This 4900 or 3600 brought it down a little bit so they can not overlap as much. Once I fix all the dynamics and everything, it'll come out a lot more. Alright, for this one, the higher part, same deal, kind of. This 7000, that's where most of the energy lives at. It's just a click, but I won't need that because most of my hats are going to be there. So I brought down the high end a little bit and then boosted just like 1000 to 2000. That's where, like, with this EQ, it's not sitting as wide, I guess, but it's sitting like closer in the middle. It's probably because of this chorus. It's cutting off at like the top end of it, which I'll change the chorus later because it's just a temporary chorus. How did bots on YouTube not know that every time a hyperlink is in your comment, it gets auto block? I don't know. I don't use YouTube. Wish I can help you with that one. So this EQ brings it up to the front a little bit. So if we listen to it on and off, hopefully it won't feedback through my microphone. It will. Hang on, let me turn it off. So you can hear it, like it sounds more up front compared to what it was originally. And I lost almost 2 decibels from this EQ alone, like just this slight little EQ. I lost like 2 decibels, so I was able to bring back up 1.9. And I'm going to do the same thing with the lower part, because the lower part also is getting lost in a little mix. Sup, white boy music? Hope you're doing good. That knock. What are these percussions? I don't know. They're from a sample pack I use a lot, but I don't know what they are. I just found like 2 random samples. I was like, let me just throw this shit in here and see what happens. Alright, so what is, man, hear the whole track? No. White boy music, how long have I been producing? Just 1 year. I think I started like back in 2016. So exactly like 1 year. Shroomhead, yep, you got it right. No, yeah, you will hear the whole track. Let me just, after I do these, I'll let you listen to the whole track in a little bit. Same thing with this knock or this percussion. There's some frequencies here. It's getting covered up by like the mid bass and the snare drum, so I just brought it down a little bit. Brought this one up a little bit because that's where most of the energy is in this percussion, and it's 1000, 2000 hertz. 5000 and above is where you can hear most of it. So in like the hi-hats, that's where most of my energy is going to be at. So I brought it down and then brought this one up, so it's sitting up more front and it's not getting washed out. I feel like in the high ends, And I know this is a lot with other people's music. When people do high ends like hi hats, I haven't got to this part yet, but I will. When they get to the hi hats, they'll make it with like a lot of reverb and chorus, and it's make it like super wide and super like wishy washy. But you lose your um, what's the word I'm looking for? Definition of the sound. So like you can hear that it's a hat, but it's very flat and washed out. So when I get to the chorus and like the stereo um, spreading of the mixing process, because I also work in mono. That a lot of people don't do that when I produce, and then in the mixing process, that's when I add stereo to everything. So when I get to stereo, I actually don't add stereo to the top of my hats. I'll um I'll cut them off around like 10,000 or like 7,000, because you want your hats to kind of sit in the middle, or not really sit in the middle, but you don't want them that wide on the top end of the frequencies. And then on like the lower end, like the 7,000 and 5,000, that's where you want like most of the stereo stuff at. So that's why I'm cutting off like a bunch of this top end stuff, so my hats will still sit right in like the mono or like in the middle. But when I go to add the stereo width, the stereo will still be clear and it'll have like definition to it. It won't just sound wishy washy with like a bunch of noise coming in and out. How do you monitor? How do you monitor in mono in a single speaker? Um, I don't know what software you're using. Yeah, utility on master. So for Bitwig, like Shroom said, I think it's utility in Ableton, but in Bitwig it's a tool device, and usually it'll have like an amplitude or like a pan. Just take your width and then like pull it down to 0. So if I do this, you can tell like a huge difference. This is few stereo elements in this track, but I hadn't added all of them yet. So if I play it, you can see right here there's a few. So let me just go from like stereo to mono so you can hear the difference. Sorry if I get feedback. Let me turn my speaker. Let me turn off my microphones. So you can tell, like, even though it's in mono, you can still hear everything pretty clear. It's not like wide or it's not bright, but when it's in stereo, then it gets bright. Red says no mid or side processor. Not yet. Alright, so let me finish this stage and then I'll explain what stages I've done so far, what stages I want to do next, and then probably take a little break, let it play out so the new people can hear what it sounds like, and then we'll go from there. I did the lower perk, so that was good. The drone, I may do this one last. I don't know, let me check. Let me talk to the microphone. White Boy says, I don't know why, but I always had two hi-hats. One sounds like crash hitting every bar, one sharp. What you're doing is a open hat and close hat. Because if we look at my hi-hats and look at my cymbals, I actually have 4. Usually, I have 3. Usually I always have 3. Always. You have a crash. Let me go off the mix or filter. Hang on. So we got a crash, which is like a it's kind of like a sweep or it's like an impact. It's an accent. So usually on the kick drum, I don't know if I did on this one. I didn't. I have 2 kick drums, an accent and a regular one. And you find these on like 808 kick drums and 909 kick drum machines. They'll have a accent and hang on a second, White Boy. I'm getting there. So you have an accent, and then you have like a regular one. And then on the open hat, that's where you get your kind of loose close. And I know this ain't a good example, but then you have close hat, which is like a little close. But you play drums and try to replicate it. What it sounds like, it may be, and Streamhead might know more than I will, because I think he worked with live production before. It sounds to me like a pedal hi-hat that might be close. But if it's a loose close hi-hat, I don't know. It's some kind of hat for sure though. It's either a pedal hi-hat or a closed hat, or not closed, open. Streamhead might be able to help you out more than I can with what the exact sound is. So going to the drone on this one. Oh, I got a gain station. Hang on a second. Yeah, half pedal. That's what I was thinking. As you find your line between producing and mixing, when I mix the strings on recorded band, I like to bounce the rough stuff. Sometimes it helps see if you have overdone something or how fuck your recording is when you have so much to mix. Buzz's Fingers. If you watch the archive after I'm done, I actually addressed that before I started the mixing. That's the first thing I said. I mentioned that you had asked me how to separate the mixing and producing process, and I went over briefly how to do that. Quick to like give you a quick rundown. Anything I EQ in production, I'm only doing it to change the sound. So, like a quick example, if I do this mid, that notch is on to get rid of a frequency I don't like. If you look on this is only to make it sit better with the snares and everything. So this isn't changing the sounds, you know. I'm not doing like a huge cut or like a huge drop or anything to change the tone. I'm just doing like slight things to make it sit better. You can go back and look at the rest of it. Let's see, this drone, I have to gain stage it back. I think the peak is right here on this one. Alright, so same thing with the pad or the keys. I didn't do the intro because the intros don't really need that much changing. Hopefully I don't mess up the rest. I mean, I could use dynamic, but I'm just making like a really simple mix. This one though is getting covered up by the mid bass a little bit, so I brought down the lows and then brought up the higher end a little bit. You ever doing something? Just want to mention that because I find it interesting. Can look back and see how your progress done. Yeah, like most of my tracks come out in the mix, because like everybody does, like I said, the stereo and reverb and delays and everything when they're doing production, whereas I do it all at the end. So like watching my streams is kind of boring because everything just sounds so dull, but then once I get finished everything, it all comes together. So that's why I've been wanting to do a mix stream to like, so people can see like how I work from like finish to end. Start to finish, whatever. What's up, Grandpa? Hope you're doing good today. Alright, so on the small left, or the drop left, excuse me, let me say that again. Drop left, I lowered the mid, or the lower areas, because it's not really adding much to it, but I didn't want to take it out completely. I brought up the peak a little bit, and then I brought down the high end a little bit, but then I was losing a little bit of the highs, so I just kept this slope since I already had an EQ and everything, and then I just dropped down the low again and brought up with a high shelf. Um, like I said, or as I mentioned before, I usually don't go above 3 decibels because I feel like if you go too far above 3 decibels, you're changing the tone of the sound and not really fixing the mix. And then for this one, just cut off the low end on the side because I know Frost Effect, and I know he likes to do a lot of stereo stuff, so I have a feeling that there's going to be some side elements in there. And somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was White Boy, maybe? No, it was Rez. Asked about mid-side processing. Or no, it wasn't. Hang on. Who was it? White Boy? Somebody asked how... Gap asked how you check in mono. Another way you can check is with this analyzer I use, and I'm sure other analyzers does it too. But you can change the channel from like mid-side, stereo, left, right, and all that. So let me put my analyzer. Crap, hang on. It's my first time doing dual monitors. So on this analyzer, which is it's M Multi Analyzer by Delta. There's a little link if you want to get it. It's $60, but they have a lot of sales for like 50% off. So if you're patient and wait, you can probably get it for like $30. I don't know when their sales will happen. They rotate their plugins every once in a while. But on this stereo, you can just like check it to side and 0 mid. Excuse me. So I'm going to cut off the mid, drop off the that command. I was trying to think of something else. Like, I'll just do annual. So I'm gonna cut off the mid. So there's only side, or not mid. The middle. So I'm gonna keep only the side. I'm gonna cut off the EQ analyzer, or the EQ, so we can see how much side elements is in there, and then I'm gonna turn it back on so we can check the difference. So yeah, right, like as we can see, there's like there's side elements down in 100 hertz. So I was right. This is one thing that analyzers come in handy for, where they can't really detect with your ears. The side element down in 100 is kind of hard to pick up, so that's where an analyzer comes in help. But you still need to use like both if possible. I probably need to do the same thing with a small laugh, but I think it'll be a problem. Alright, I think at this point we pretty much know the rest of the process, so I'm just going to go ahead and go through the rest of the effects, EQ them depending on the mix, and then if there's any questions, ask about what I'm doing, and I'll stop and explain it. I'm just going to go ahead and do the rest, that way we can move on to the next stage. Okay, so there's two things about this sound I want to talk about. So originally I said not the EQ to change the tone, and I'm doing that. Wish I just said not to do that, but that low end is going to get lost in the mix, so I'm just going to cut off anyway. By itself, it changes the tone, but in the mix, it doesn't. So I'm going to play that after I explain the second one. The second one that I want to bring up is this tail. I don't need that much tail for the rest of the mix, so I actually want to cut it off. So let me play how it sounds with this like off and back on, and then I'll finish up the rest. So like without the EQ, it's not as clear or as like up front, and that's because when I cut off the bottom end, I'm gaining decibels, so I can bring up the middle and the high end a little bit higher, and then that will bring it up front and make it sound more clear. There's one more thing that I want to bring up. So this element is causing a lot of issues. Well, not really causing issues, but it's bringing up a lot of good things I want to point out. Another thing about this element is, before I gain stated it, like if I was looking at this EQ, I brought down the low end quite a bit, and this pink one I think is the peak, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so the pink one's the peak, which is what it's going to be the loudest element that we hear in this sound. I brought it down, and then this red one is where it goes. It's the second loudest peak, or like the second peak. Brought that down a little bit also, but not too much, because that's where most of the, I guess, like the vocals, or like the characteristic of the vocals, you kind of hear that ha ha ha, that kind of laugh area. That's where that comes in. This pink one is kind of a noise sound to it, so I don't really care too much about that. That's more like a to me, the pink element, or the pink frequency, kind of sounds like a small riser, and the orange or the red is the vocal. So that's where I brought those two down. The green is just a lot of mud. It's not needed. So I brought it down just to create a little bit more headroom. And then this blue is where around like 2,000, 5,000 is where human ears can hear the best. Or it's where like we pick up most of the sounds at. It's where the human voice also resides at most of the time. So if you hear a singer, their vocals going to be around that area. Since it's a little bit deeper, I brought it down to around 2,000 to bring up the highs. But because of that, it sounds good, but the levels, you couldn't really hear it because it was getting drowned out by all the other sounds. So I brought it to 2 decibels. Going to this though, one thing that Busted Fingers asked me before a few days ago was how like separate the process of production and mixing. And I think somebody else mentioned it, I don't know if it was him or not, but they mentioned that, I think it may have been on the stream from Monday, they said, somebody mentioned something about reverb, and it said that it was dry, and I said, I told them that I don't use reverb until like the last bit. So, going back to like how, they asked me, how did I get the idea of a reverb in my head if I don't put it in there, because they need that reverb so they can tell how long the tail's going to be and everything. So going with that, how do I expect the results that I'm doing with this sound? I'm bringing up the highs, I'm bringing down the lows and everything. So in theory, it should be louder in the highs, it should be more clear, and the mud will be less taking up the mix. And I couldn't really tell that difference until I brought that 2 decibels up. And that's because, that's what gain station, if you do something, you're going to lose headroom, or you're going to lose, if you cut something, you're going to lose volume. So with gain station, you can bring it back up. But I couldn't tell exactly what I was doing because I couldn't hear in the mix until I gain stage that back to where it was originally. So the thing that I'm trying to get at is, how do I participate or expect what I'm doing to work? And with mixing, I mix at a pretty low volume because I feel like, well, I don't feel like it, I know it's true, but at higher volumes, if you mix real loud, we associate loud noises to being sounding better. So mixing with lower volumes, you can kind of expect, you kind of get like a better level of hearing, I guess, with lower mixing volume. So when I'm doing the main mix, I'll probably keep the low volumes, or keep the volume pretty low. And then if it's something I really, 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 really need to check, then I'll switch to headphones to get like high definitions. Because I know there's a few people that's going to be watching this archive, and I know that they have questions, so I'm trying to think of questions they may have. And I know one's going to be like speakers or headphones. So with speakers, I feel like, you don't really have a good closing. As mentioned before, I forgot who it was, but somebody said that they can hear my TV in the background. So yeah, I can hear my TV, I can hear like the wind outside, I can hear my cat playing with her bell or whatever. So I don't really get like the best environment for mixing. But if I can make it sound good on speakers with all this crap going around me, then I know if I put on headphones, it's going to sound even better, because my speakers are not great. So for me, for mixing, you don't want to, think about future questions. So because I know there's a few people that's going to ask, and I'm trying to think of like everything I can. So for me, with mixing, you don't want to go to Starbucks and mix on like a laptop, but I feel like you don't want the best environment for your mixing also. And with headphones, you can get really, really good details, but that can also hurt you. With the EQs cutting off stuff, before I would cut off all the way and then I pull back a little bit. That little pullback is to add a little bit of extra harmonics that you may not pick up on headphones because of how clear they are. A lot of people have issues with headphones where the high ends will be way too loud because that's just what they hear. The headphones are not they're balanced differently. They may have like a boost in bass and then like have a pull down on the high ends. There is websites you can check to see how your headphones are balanced, but I feel like with headphones you don't really get a sense of how thick, I guess, or like how wide or thick your mix is. With headphones, it may sound thin, so I prefer using speakers for everything. And if it's something I really, really, really have to check, I'll use my headphones. And an example of this, I don't know what project it was, but there's a project a couple of weeks ago where there was a frequency that I didn't notice in my room that was bugging me. But if I played it in my car, which is the other thing I do with mix, so once I get done with this mix down, it's not going to be the final mix. I'll probably go back and do it 2 or 3 more times off stream. But when I played in my car, there was a frequency I didn't like. And the reason I couldn't tell is because it was only in one channel. So then I came back to my desk, put on the headphones, and listened to that one channel and EQ only the left side, which you can do here. Put to left, right, and then just select the node and place it on the stereo field. So I used my headphones to get rid of that frequency on the left side that I couldn't hear at my desk, but in my car I could. So that's just an example of like how I use headphones personally. I know some people, they have roommates and they work a lot at night, and headphones may be good for them. If you can get used to them, that's good. But I highly suggest not using headphones for mixing until you get like the nitty gritty details. Because headphones, it's going to sound good no matter what most of the time. And if you can make it sound good on crappy speakers, then that's great. Another example is I use crappy speakers at work. I have a really crappy sub bass, and I use that a lot to check my sub bass. I like to make sub basses with a lot of harmonics, and if I can tell the harmonics is coming out of my crappy speakers out of the office, just like a little bit, then I know that there's a good balance. It'll pick up on crappy speakers, it'll pick up on my car, it'll pick up on my speakers at home. If I plug my headphones, it'll pick up on that also. So for me, having a balance across multiple devices, if I can make it sound good on a crappy speaker, I know for a fact it'll sound good on headphones. So I try not to do yeah, if you want to mix for the mass, mix. If you want to mix for the mass, mix on Beats by Dre or Dad, as Diesel says. But if you can make it sound good on a really crappy system, then you shouldn't have to use headphones for everything else. I know there's a few other people, like professional grade mixers, who also do the same thing. They have their professional monitors, and they'll have like speaker B, maybe like $5 Logitechs that they got from Walmart. The same concept with mixing in mono. I work in mono, and then when I get to the mix, that's why I added the stereo. So I know a few other people that also do that. But that's enough rambling about volume and everything. So I couldn't really tell what I was doing, but since I'm used to my speakers and my process of okay, I know this is gonna be a little bit higher, but once I bring the levels, then it'll sound right in the mix. So just to do a quick demonstration again, to reiterate what I'm saying, I'm gonna bring down this gain. We'll see how it fits in the mix. It'll drown out a little bit, but once I bring the gain back up, it'll be more clear than what it was originally. So let me do that now. First, I'm going to play without EQ, and then I'm going to play with EQ, and then I'm going to play with EQ and gain stage. So it's very subtle, but the high end is coming out a little bit, and the lows is not quite as there. All right, so hopefully now I can go back and finish up the rest of this, and then we'll go to the next process. Okay, so on this one, I did a little bit of mid-side processing, but not too much yet. Uh, there was a frequency that was really high that I didn't like in the sideband. Um, Let me move this over for you. Come on now, come on, move over. All right, so let's just go ahead and recolor this one, just so we can see it. All right, so on this sideband, if we turn off everything. Yeah, that sideband is hitting like negative 14, and if we check everything else, it's actually higher than everything else. Like, it's the highest peak in our side channel, and that is a no-go. I mean, not for this situation. You can have it, but I don't want it. So I took it. I added a mid-size split, and I could do this in the same EQ. Have the mid bands be mid, and then have the side bands be only side. But I took out all this, but I didn't have to gain stage it because it's still 17 decibels. And this one, it dropped by 1 decibel, so it just gave me a little bit more flexibility. And then with the mid EQ, the high, I cut off the top end so my hats can have room to breathe in the side channel. As I mentioned before, you don't want too much side information on the high end because it'll get washed out and it won't be clear, it won't be a good definition. So I brought down the peak and also rolled off the top a little bit. There's still some high end though, but not too much. And then with the mid, I brought down this second, not really, well, I guess it's second peak, but this little area just for clear up the 1 to 2000, because that's where most of the vocals sit at. So if we look at our track, these two are green, and I know some people know how I do my colors. I color them by the frequency, so I can kind of get an idea what's going to clash. So since these two are green, I know they're going to overlap in the 1000, 2000 hertz. So if we just solo these and then play them and then do a collision, they're cut off so they don't collide, but without the EQ they would. If we look at the spectrum, well, the reason they don't collide is because I don't have them set up. So if I turn this on and then put like a other one in the Vox, it'll show the collision. Let me just do a different color for this. I'm gonna let it, not orange. I'm gonna let the same one, but I'm gonna do a little bit different luminescence on it, and then do this as the Vox. So now if we check the collisions on these, let me just close that one out. This black bar down here is the collision. These two green, the top one's the laser, the bottom one's the Vox. So if we watch this collision here and collision here in the 1000, 2000. And as I mentioned before, it's 1000, 2000. That's where most of the energy is at for the other levels. 1000 to 5000 is where we can hear the most clearness, I guess. So I knew around this area to drop down 1000, 2000 to make room for this laugh. And in this sample, the 1000, 2000 is just mud. Most of the energy is up in the 3000 and 6000. Brought down the high energy more for the hats, and then brought down the peak. I brought it up a little bit just to, it's still going down because this red line is the actual EQ, I guess, but the node, this pink one, is the peak, and I'm not bringing it up all the way, but I am a little bit. Streamhead said basically the thing that's super extreme about Isotope Neuron, but basically the thing that's super extreme, but the plugin that doesn't cost $300. Stream, I don't get it. So Isotope shows collision, but the charging is like $300. That's stupid. I mean, I like Isotope. Their ozone mastering suite's pretty nice, but for mixing, I'd rather do it by hand. But yeah, if anybody's going to pick up this plugin and they're going to use it, I will say one thing about the collision. Collision is not a bad thing. You're going to have collision in your tracks. It's not like if you don't have any collision, then you're making shortcuts, and like when mixing, you don't want to mix an element by itself because it's not going to sound right in the mix. With inside the mix, you know, you're gonna have frequencies overlapping, and they're gonna cause like a different tone or a character, I guess. So you don't want to do like a shortcut. So even though I'm having a little bit of collision in the 1000, 2000, I'm not cutting all of it off. You know, some collision is alright. I also don't have collision in the lower hertz because then it'll cause phasing with the sub bass or the kick drum. But it's the same collision thing. They call it masking. That's the main feature. Yeah. Like I was really surprised by this plugin I found. Like it was $60 or $63 or something, and like that. Like that's the same price as Valhalla Reverb almost. Like for $60 you get all this, plus you can change the skin and everything. That's ridiculous. Alright, so got the laser set. Let's finish up the rest of these. I think this one I already did though. It's a channel strip. Alright, so this is why I don't bounce stuff out. This is also why I don't sound like the thing is super wide. This impact, it might be, but I'll fix it later. Almost side channel only. Let's check it. Let's see if it is. Oh, you know what? It is side channel only. Good catch. There we go. Alright, so before this was cut down pretty hard, and it didn't have. Hang on, let me read the chat real quick. Where do you get the vibrato with so many abilities you can even only? What? Confuse me. Alright, so the reason I don't bounce stuff out a lot, or I don't like to, is because like sometimes I make a mistake that may affect the mix. So with this example, I'm using delay to change the tone of this. So without it, Yeah, that's it. But I'm also using it as like a filter a little bit to make it longer, to like kind of wash it out. But it was too much, so I brought it up to 10,000 because I know 10,000 is pretty high where we can hear at. And you bring up the things back up. Can you play what you have missed a lot? Almost drop judges. Almost. Let me finish these last little bits, and then I'll play the track, take a little break, come back to it, and then we'll finish up the rest of it, or most of it anyway. But I'm almost there, so just bear with me for a little bit, and I'll play out the track. If you miss anything though, you can after I'm finished, you can go to the archive, and there should be a recording for like 7 days, I think. Alright, so I'm not going to do anything to this one because it's the only green element here, so it's not going to clash with anything. Same thing with this one. I probably don't need to do anything with this one either, but I'll still check it just in case. Alright, so there's a little bit I need to do with the leather. And the easiest way I can do this is put a multi-analyzer on all the channels, but I used to do that too, but I found that it will slow down the projects not too much. However, it just slowed down the process, so now I just use the analyzers on the channels that actually. Alright, so we got most of the things EQ, mostly. Very basic EQ, just to sit things in. Gain like a decibel, but everything sounds a lot more clear. So I'm gonna let this play out. Take a small break just to rest my ears, let people like get an idea what's going on, and then after that, well, before I leave, let me explain what I did so far. So let me go ahead and save this real quick. Alright, so first thing I did was I went through all of the channels and cut off the low end or the high end if I don't need them. And then after that, I went through, changed the levels, or volume wise, depending on how I hear the elements. So, like for example, the tamarines need to come up a little bit, so I brought the levels on those, and then the cymbals to crash, it was too loud, so I brought it down a little bit, but the dynamics is still peaking, so we hadn't actually touched the dynamics yet, and we hadn't done too much mid-sided processing. So after I got the levels situated, went through and EQ any kind of clashing elements or anything that need to be brought down or brought back up. Most of those is just simple EQs to bring down some of the low ends of some of the elements that don't need it, and then bring up the peaks and high end to bring out, like, to make it more clearer. On some elements I did have to, where's it at, do a little bit of processing. I think it was this one. No, hang on. This one. So on some elements like this voice, I had to do side processing to cut off anything below 200 hertz because it doesn't need it. And that's pretty much it so far. I'm going to take a small break, let people get an idea what's going on with this track, and then after that, we'll go and work on, let me think, probably dynamics. Do some compression and fix some dynamics on that, and after that, probably do mid-side processing, and then touch up the reverb, chorus, and some more stereo effects. And then after the stereo effects, everything should be done. So let me play this out. Take a quick break. Grab some water if you need to, or make a cup of coffee. And I'll probably use the restroom also. So I'll probably be back in about a minute or two. Drop Jesus says nice use of effects. Thank you, thank you. So apparently our peak is louder than I thought it was originally. Hang on a second, I gotta fix my cover. I got a 3.6 peak somewhere. I gotta find where that is because I wasn't paying attention. Alright, so I think I found the peak. I think it's right here. I think it might be a percussion that's doing it. Let's double check. Um, there might be a few people producing hip hop. I've done it in the past, but not too much. Alright, so the reason this is peaking is because this kick drum and percussion is sitting on the same thing. One way you can fix this, since this is a transient, I might slide this off a little bit to the right. Actually, I did slide it off. It's still hitting it though. I'm pretty sure it's hitting right here. Alright, so that's one way to fix like if you have a peak that's like peaking out on a random like before this percussion come in, it was peaking at -5, but then when it came in, it was like -3. So one way to fix it without like clipping or compression is just move your transient a little bit to the right or left, whatever. Most people won't notice it if it's off beat, so that's just like a quick little way to get around that. Let me think. I want to set all these to the same thing though, so I may just do this and do that. Wait, shit, hold up. Alright, so that peak should be good now. Any ideas on how to begin with mixing? I'm a bit confused. There will be an archive as I'm done if you want to go back and finish it, but to give you a quick rundown of what I did so far. Everything's set to a curve. Yeah, I'm assuming mixing, like mix down a process. So I'm doing like a 4.5 slope, which, oh crap. Oh, alright, so to begin with mixing, first thing I did is I cut off all the low ends of stuff I don't need with EQ. So for example, on this vocal effect, this drop left, you know, I don't need the low end, so I cut off the low end. And then I don't need the high end as much, so I also cut off the high end a little bit. And then after that, I change the levels to get them where I want them to hear at. Once I get the levels situated, I go back and EQ some more to make everything sit in better. They don't need the high end as much. Make sure you gain stage it. After that, that's where we're at now. So once you get all the levels situated and everything, like a soft mix, I go back and do dynamics. So that's what I'm doing now, is dynamics with what's it called, compression. Let me turn it off, or let me delete these analyzers. I don't mind like explaining the process over again, but I'm trying to like do this without getting ear fatigue. With dynamics, I feel like you need an analyzer, or an analyzer will benefit the most. You can pick out a little bit of dynamic issues for your ears, but analyzer's going to help the most with it. I probably start with drums because I feel like those are going to be the most issues. So I'm going to go through the process of compression, and then once I get the drums situated, I'll explain what's going on. If there's any questions while I'm doing the compression or whatever, let me know and I'll stop and explain what I'm doing. So the percussion is actually the most problematic peaks. They're if we look at the analyzer again, let me play it real quick. Which I figured it was going to be his percussions. Actually, I don't even need to play the analyzer. If I look at my drum group, we can see the drums is peaking at 8.9, and my percussions is at 5.1. So the percussions are peaking a lot, but the volume, I still want the volume to be the same. Let me show you how bad the peak is real quick. Okay, so this is the kick drum. This is percussion 1. This one's snare, and this one's percussion 2. So you can see there's a little bit of offset. I think it's a DC offset. Shreem, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I think it is a DC offset right there. And this one's just slightly fine. But we can see like it's just a whole lot louder than the kick and the snare. But volume wise, everything looks fine volume wise. So it's hitting like right here a little bit. So that's where analyzer comes out the most, is when you can't like detect the peaks coming out as much. first thing I want to do is try to do that lower perk since it is peaking a little bit louder than the other one. Cause I don't want to compress them together yet. I want to try to get them kind of like balanced separate, and then I can process them together once I get everything like the level and the dynamics the same. So I want to try to get them volume wise and dynamic wise fixed before I do anything special to them, like chorus and all that. So that's why I have the chorus like last. And you can change peaks depending on EQ. I did that a few times in other elements I hadn't showed off yet, but that's why like this one's coming up a little bit. So that's why I did the EQ first, so I can get the volume changed, and then I can change the dynamics with a compressor if I accidentally or bring up a peak or not. And while I'm listening for, and I'm using the analyzer as like a backup, but I'm listening for the loudness to not really drop off as fast, but not be as present. Like if I squish it, it's not quite as loud. But if I just bring it down a little bit, it won't be as loud, but it'll still have the volume levels as like decaying as much, I guess, if that makes sense. And with compressing a single element like this, you can do pretty hard compressions, bring it up by like 7 decibels. But when I go do a bus compression to like bring things together, I probably only be compressing maybe like a decibel or 3. So this is like pretty string compression compared to what I usually do, but it's alright for this one element. So I brought it up by 8 decibels. And what I used to do afterwards is I bring down this again by 8 decibels. So if we look at this, like, I know it's kind of hard to tell, but did I do that right? Hang on. Hang on a second, this ain't. Okay. So I brought down not exactly 8, but I think like 6. Because since I already got the volume like where I want it, and I'm just changing the dynamics. When I go to compress it, I want to bring it up again to gain stage it. And when I do that, it's going to increase the peak back where it was. But it's going to bring all of the other ones back up. Like, it's not going to be the peak coming up. The peak's going to be the same. The volume of the elements after the peak, after the initial transient, that's what I'm bringing up. So I'm bringing the peak down again to where it was. And that's where that -6 come in. So if we look at the peak, yeah, they're kind of the same because they're not really doing much, but there's very little detail. Like if you compress it correctly, you can see that's going down a little bit. So I don't want to like smash it where it changes shape completely. Because once I get to this percussion bus, that's where I'm going to bring both of them together. So it's not really changing the sound, it's bringing down the peak a little bit, but you can still hear it quite well. Gotta figure out which one it is. It's not gonna do it. So now I got like got them compressed and everything. The volume should be the same. If I change this. Yeah, I lost like a little bit of volume, but not too much. And if we look at the loudness, you know, they're more even now. Excuse me. So now, if we check the peaks on this now, it's 10.6 compared to. Well, I had to turn up the volume a little bit, but originally it was like I think 8 point something. So the peaks are lower, but the volume's like still somewhat relatively the same. So let's see how this does with the peaks with the mix. So it's relatively the same. This lower one needs to come up a little bit though, but I can change that easy. The other thing I want to do though, is I want to try to bring up the volume without affecting the peak. So on this lower one, where's it at? If we check, it's at 10.8. So if we take a transient control, if I want to increase the volume but without increasing the peak, we can do upwards compression, which is bringing the bottom, or bringing anything that's not a peak up with the sustain. So let me set that first and I'll explain what I did. Alright, so it's very subtle, but we can hear this little crackling noise. That's in the, I think it was around 7,000 hertz when I check on the EQ. I did get rid of that because I actually like that crackling. It just gives it more character. When the transient control, I increased the attack a little bit so it skips the peak, and I left the gain alone because I like the original peak. And the sustain, I increased that a little bit in the gain, so it'll bring up anything that you see dropping down, or that blue line, it'll increase anything in that blue line. So listen again, and you can tell like that noise is very subtle increase. Let me turn on my microphone so you don't hear the space bar when I hit it, because it'll sound similar to that. So I had to bring the gain and time a little bit and the mix a little bit down because it was affecting the peak a little bit, but you can tell like it has more oomph to it, I guess. And I'm gonna be using this technique a little bit more on some other things. I think it does change the actual EQ though, so if I go back and listen to it, yeah, it's going to increase a little bit, but not too much where I need to EQ it again. So in the mix, it should stand out a lot more now. I don't want it too much though, because I'm using that lower percussion as kind of a backdrop to ease up into this this little hand drum right here. So now I got them like pretty much set where I want them, I'm gonna go ahead and compress them together as like a small bus. With this one, it's gonna be very light compression. I can set this to bus, but I usually don't do that unless I'm doing like a big bus like my drums. If it's just two elements, I just keep it on clean. Ratio, I'm gonna do on 2 for this. I may increase it a little bit more. Let's try 3.5 for now. Yeah, let me turn my microphone so I can do this. Alright, so we're gaining like 0.1 decibel of headroom, and that is only with 2 elements being compressed. I haven't done any other compression yet, and there will be quite a bit more. So like the majority of mixing is getting everything situated, make sure that they sit right in the frequencies. And what that means is you can see all these colors. There's not too many overlaps, so it's a little bit overlap here with the greens. They share the same frequency, and these they kind of share the same frequency, but they're panned so they don't affect each other too much. And the same thing with mid bass. I don't have mid bass sitting on top of each other. So making your frequency sit correctly and then controlling the volume, that's the main mixing. Compression will help tame the peaks. At this point, the volume, like this is what the track's going to sound like. Right now I'm just trying to get it a little bit quieter peak wise, that way when it goes to the mastering session, it'll get them more room to like increase the output. So right now everything's like volume wise and everything's fixed, it's set. At this point we're not really changing the volume, we're just making sure everything's sitting where I want it. The next thing is probably drums, because they have a lot of peaks. The effects, I may do a compression here. I may take them out completely, to be honest. I will. Compression here, compression in the effects, just to tie them in together, and then that should be it. I don't do a lot of compression. So the first thing I want to do is, I did mid bass compression already. I think I should have. Yeah, I did. And mid bass compression, you don't need it unless you're changing pitches. Mid bass compression is tricky, because with mid bass you don't want to do too much with mid or sub bass. If we look at sub bass, I had these harmonics, but I had them where they're not loud enough, where they're conflicting with the other harmonic. So with the compression, it's changing, but it's not losing the power behind it. It's not losing the oomph to it, I guess. So if you're doing a mid bass or a sub bass that changes the pitch a lot, you're gonna lose power without the compression. And the compression I did is very subtle. It's only 2.6 decibels on like certain things. And if you hear clicking, that's the dynamics kicking in. If I play a kick drum, you won't hear it, so just ignore the clicking. Let me turn this off so you can see like how much changes it makes. So it's very subtle, but it has more weight to it with the compression, and it's mainly compressing this area right here, this 40 to like 75, 85 hertz, just to make sure that bottom end doesn't get lost. Harmonics, I could compress those with like a multi-band compression, but since I have a mid bass, I'm not going to, because it's not needed for this mix down. Mid bass, I'll touch that one after I get done on drums. Dynamics wise for the drums, they're pretty solid. I don't think there's too much I want to do to these. Actually, there is one thing. This crash, I have to fix that. I forgot about that. There's a crash symbol that has a lot of peaks to it. Okay, I lied. There's something with this crash though. Let's see. Alright, with this crash. Hang on a second. Excuse me, I had to cough real quick. So with this crash, I want to compress it a tiny little bit, but not too much, because it's louder than what I want, but dynamic wise it's fine. So it's only volume that's really bothering me. Since it's not dynamics, I want to do a very soft compression just to try to tame that down a little bit. I don't want to compress it too much though, because I will compress my hats. Hang on a second. Excuse me. I will compress my hats, so I don't want to compress it too much in this stage, because once I compress the hats, it'll bring them a little bit closer, and then when I compress my drums, everything will be pretty even. So I'm doing very light compression on this one also. And since I already got my level set, I'm going to add a tool and bring down the decibel by 2 decibels. So volume wise it's still like kind of the same, but you know. Yeah, so like without any compression or anything, it's like 5.8. With compression is 5.4. That bring up the noise, or like anything that's not peak up higher. So my peaks are still the same, but I want to bring down the whole level by 2, because everything went up by 2 except for the peak, because I want to bring everything down, or I want to bring the peak down. So without destroying the peak, basically with compression, I'm bringing the peak down by 2, and I bring it up again, and I bring down the whole sound. Okay, so let me rephrase this again. With compression, I'm bringing down the peak by 2 decibels, and then I gain stage the compression, so I bring everything up by 2. In theory, I could just leave it alone, but I'm bringing down again with tools, so I have more flexibility. There's some things I do that's kind of redundant, just so I have more flexibility in the future. So you don't need a utility or a tool to bring it down. You can just not gain stage it. Technically, I'm just limiting the peaks a little bit. but I'm doing it in a non-destructive way. I could slap a limiter on it by like 2 decibels and it probably had the same effect, but I don't like doing anything that's too drastic that may change the sounds too much. So anything I do is going to be subtle, and it's going to be there's going to be a lot to it that's redundant, but I find that that gives like a cleaner sound, or allows you to do more with it. I think the hats are pretty good. I don't think there's too much I need to do with them. Alright, so on this, I'm going to do, there's 2 things I can do for this. I can do an upwards compression to bring it up to the crash, or I can compress it to bring the crash down. And I'll probably do upwards compression because, like I said, I like to do things that's non-destructive. So I want to slap a dynamic. Is it dynamic? No, transit shaper. That's it. I can do it with dynamic also, but dynamic is a little bit more. I don't want to say complex, but well, yeah, it is complex. It's not as nice as say transit shaper. Like transit shaper is easier to control than dynamics. Dynamics, I'd use it for sidechaining. Alright, so within the transit shaper, give me just a second. Okay, so transit shaper, same deal as before. I'm going to leave the tack alone. I may decrease a little bit. Let's see how it does though, because with that crash, it may affect the attack. Let me see what my levels is at first though. So I'm peaking at 9.2. This might not work. Hang on. Alright, so within transit shaper, and Wheeler actually told me about this. Well, not really. Well, he told people on stream, but like he was talking about in Discord. I gave him a drum loop, and he made it like really thick without compression. And I asked him how he did it, and he said that he like brought up the ends. So the thing that I noticed it the most with was the hats and the tamarines. With hats and tamarines, you have the sharp and like quick attack and transient, so it's like really click. It's just like that. That's it. But there's actually noise like below it on this crash cymbal. You know, we can tell it real nice on the sampler. You know, it hits right here, but then just goes forever. And same deal with like if we hold it, you know, it kind of fades. But if we look at this filter, I don't have this filter turned all the way up. Like if I want just the top end of it. I can pull it up, and you just have the tick. You just have the. But if I pull it back, you can hear the wash out of the noise. It's shh. So with like high-end percussions, or even percussions at all that has like quick transient, one way you may be able to get like extra volume out of it without changing the peaks or without increasing peaks is doing upwards compression or increasing like the noise floor, I guess. I don't know if that's the right term for it, because they usually have like the decay is usually quieter than the natural transient. So that's where this transient control comes in, and that makes a huge impact on like hats and tambourines. So like we can look at the peaks between these two crash cymbals. You know, the peaks are pretty much the same, and the volume, it goes a little bit higher right here, and I can probably fix that with short sustain, because the crash has the longest sustain, not the hats. So the hat should still be the same if I put down the sustain. With the peaks, so the peaks itself is the same. So like it's making a huge difference with the hats, because it's not affecting the peak of the crash, which is what I don't want. If I did compression, it will bring down the crash and it may lose the dynamics. So the crash sounds louder, but it's not, because of, I mean, we can see it's thicker. So now that I decrease the sustain, let's see how it sounds now. Now it's even thicker, because it's shorter, it's increasing faster. So I'm gonna go ahead and play with it and see if I can try to get this one right here to go down. I may have to bring down the gain a little bit, or actually, hang on. I can do a modulation, but I have to figure out how to do it. Gotta go to the store, the corner report. Don't do anything important without me. Oh, for the most part, I probably fixed these crash, so hopefully it won't be too much. I haven't messed with Transient Shaper that much to figure out how to work this, but what I want to do is increase the loudness through boosting the sustain area. Yeah, I did that on purpose. What I'm trying to do is make it so the sustain for the crash changes, and I can do it with modulation, but I have to figure out, I had to wrap my head around it. Hang on a second, I gotta unmute my speakers because they turn off. My amplifier turns off if I don't have anything in the mid area. There we go. Alright, so I think if I modulate the sustain with the attack, I should have the same effect that I'm going for. 9.2. Let me go ahead and set that so I won't forget it. I think I might actually be able to do like a device input. That way, depending on the transient itself. Actually, hang on, that's not doing anything. Alright, I'm getting there slowly. Alright, there we go. Hassan Kate says, hey, do you give viewer feedbacks on the track in terms of production quality? Usually I don't, because the way I have my stream set up, it will only take audio input from Bitwig. However, today may be a special case. I'm going through the mixing process of how I mix down my tracks. So after I do the mix down, which is still going to take quite a while, I'm probably like at step 3 of 9. But after I get the mix down done, I may go over a few little steps, and I may take fewer tracks and load them up and see if I can give any mix down suggestions or like feedback on their mix downs. But if I do that, it probably won't be for a couple more hours. If you want to stay around, you can, but I don't know if you're busy or not. Today I will, if you can provide a download. If I can download it, I will. However, like I said before, it'll be hours away before I do that. Not trying to be rude, just I already got things planned out. Alright, so I'm liking this one. What I did on this, it's kind of like a back ass sort of thing, but you can get around this easy by changing your crash into its own little group. But since with Bitwig, I have to put everything on the same drum machine if I want to cut them. Which with Crash, I don't really have to cut it because it's on its own symbol. But these hats, they're cutting each other. So you see it was turning red, it'll cut off the sample before it. With sustain or transit control, I modulate the attack, so depending on this time, it will increase the sustain and gain, and the sustain will drop it. So if I understand what I'm doing correctly, it increases the sustain, and depending on how fast the attack is, will dictate the sustain attack. So it's increasing the tail on these symbols, and even though the hats and the crash, or the hats and the close hat is shorter than the symbols, it's still doing the same processing. It's just doing it based on how long the sustain attack is. So let me play again before and after within the mix, and then we'll see how that does. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that one. I finally got what's going on. Yeah, based on the attack, if it's like a short attack, it'll increase the gain, and if it's a long one, it won't. But I got it pretty sitting tight now. Yeah, so everything's good. Alright, so got the symbols or the hats set up. I think I did the same thing in tamarines though, so they should already be set up. Let me double check how they sound though, and I got to do it in the middle because I have a filter on the first one.
Alright, so not going to add any compression to this one because they're already set up. Going to the high ends, going to go ahead and compress these just so they're a little bit like tighter, not super compressed though, because I already got compression on the crash, and like I mentioned before, I like to do things that's not too destructive. So going to go with a small ratio and a soft knee. And again, since I basically already got the levels set, I'm gonna bring it down to 2.6 because I gained everything up 2.6. So now we can see the crash just a lot more with everything else. I may not do that. I may hang on. Let me increase this ratio a little bit. Hang on. Yeah, let me increase this by 2. Increase the attack a little bit. That way it'll miss the initial peak of the crash. I'm not sure I like that crash. Maybe I should change it out. Because it's not, I don't know. It doesn't have the initial impact that I wanted. But let me try this. Since it doesn't have the impact I want, I'm going to try to transient shaper and see if I can increase the maybe the attack a little bit without infecting too much. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. And on this one, this chorus, bring it down a little bit. Alright, so I got the hats where I like them. Next thing I'm going to do is move on to the snare drum. Let me go ahead and remove these off these percussions. Don't need them anymore. With the snare drum, let me think about it. Because for the snare drum, I can't do too much since it's two instruments. Breathless but back. Welcome back. Yeah, you didn't miss much. All thing I did was work on crashes. And now I'm working on the snare. For the snare, the loudness of the crash is actually the same as the snare, so I'm trying to bump that up with compression. I didn't notice it, but these snares are actually different peaks. But I can work around that. I just have to use this one as the main snare. This one's like up by a few decibels or half a. Shroom had asked if I can like his work in progress on Spinning Records Talent Pool Minecraft Creeper Face. Never heard of Spinning Records. Don't know what they are. Don't know what a whip is. I don't mess with whips. Okie dokie artichoke. Let's see what it sounds like before and after. Usually I put it in a chain, but I'm just gonna turn them off. so we can tell the difference before and after the compression tool and transit control to bring it to the low end a little bit. Follow to download, click buy for free download. I do the click buy for free download sometimes if I like run out of my 100 downloads. Actually, I don't know. Sometimes just put in the link or description. That's what I do with Dep. I had to put the media file link in the description. Follow to download are stupid though. Like download gates piss me off. Like SoundCloud already has a download button. Why do I need to go through like 3 other download buttons to download your track? That doesn't make sense to me. But I understand it's a marketing thing. But yeah, I don't like them. The worst ones is when you have to like follow like 7 people to get it. Alright, I'm thinking it's pretty good. I mean, I could clip it, but I haven't found a good clipper I like yet. So that's why I don't use clipping that much. I know a lot of people are starting to use it a lot more though. Are the files you download on SoundCloud the original files then? Or are they I don't know, that's what I would wonder. I think I read on SoundCloud that if you download it, it doesn't download the processed one. I think it downloads the original. Because there's been times where I like upload a wave and I download something, it still downloads the wave. Yeah, the original downloads. That's what I figure. Alright, so I got clipping to do some magic. No, basically, I think it like feeds into a clipper, but it doesn't drop off the peaks. It'll feed it back into itself somehow. I'm not quite sure how a clipper works yet. That's why I don't use them that much. But I'm doing a soft clipper with like a small clip. To bring up the volume a little bit. So like before and then after, it takes off the peak just a tiny little bit, but that's pretty much it. The kick, I may not do anything to the kick. I think it's pretty solid. I do want to check the EQ though, just for one thing. It mixes with the limited signal. That's what I figure. I figure it was mixing with like a limiter or something. That's why it starts pumping if it goes too hot. Yeah. For this other EQ, I forgot to EQ my kick for mixing. These two EQs. This first one is to make it mono, because I don't like stereo kicks. This first one's to cut off the crap I don't need. The second one's to shape it. It was really boomy, has a lot of presence around like 100 to 300. This causes a lot of boom and a lot of mudding, and I don't need that. And then this one is to go a little bit higher to to like remove stuff that don't really add too much to the kick, and then I boost the high ends a little bit to so I don't lose the initial punch or like the snap of the kick drum. I had to gain stage it though, because I'm sure I missed a few decibels. Is it mixing? Yes, it can be. The need function of the compressor, yeah, it's basically compressor, limiter, and clippers are all the same thing. They just do different stuff. Like technically, a compressor is a limiter, and limiter is a compressor. Same thing with a clipper. Technically, it is a limiter and it is a compressor. Like they just do slightly different things. Same thing with like a delay and reverb. Like you can use a delay as a reverb if you take a long ass time to program it. The difference is very subtle though between the three, but they're basically all the same device. Is this the same one? It is the same one. Okay, so I accidentally deleted my EQ, but I remade it. So yeah, this is to bring down the little bumps, and then this is to bring up the punch. So at this point, like these are all compressed, or like dynamic wise, they're all set. Excuse me. So at this point, I would excuse me, compress this as a bus. A knee function, as I understand, creates an area around the threshold where the ratio gets higher and higher the signal goes in the threshold. Kind of. The way I understand a knee is it depends. Shit. I want to say it reacts like how fast it compresses, but that's what the attack and the release is. Okay. I'll explain all this. I'm assuming you use serum. With serum, you can set a slope on a modulation. Like where you're getting at, you're close, but it's not like you're really close, but it's not quite. Like I mean, it is like the same way, but it's reacting different to what you think it is. With a knee, let's say that this is the knee. It reacts like how quick it does over time. So if it's like a soft knee, at first it may not attack as much as it will, say, like let's say 50 milliseconds down the road. So like the initial impact may, let's say that you have a compressor at a ratio of 3, and every 3 decibels it will release 1. But if you have a soft knee and your soft knee comes in on your kick drum, it may not clip it or it may not compress it at first, but the snare, it'll compress it because it finally came in. So the way I mean, you can do the same thing with attack. Like this is like, let's say this is compressor, but with a knee, this is what you're doing with the compressor. Like a hard knee is gonna kick in right now. A soft knee is gonna slowly come in. That's how I understand it. So, like your understanding of it goes, I wouldn't say the ratio goes higher, but it reacts faster. So over time, if you do a hard knee, it'll kick in faster. If you do a soft knee, it'll slowly come in. And I mean, you can do the same thing with attack and release, but it's more like a slope. Like attack, you can do 50 milliseconds, but it reacts based on input and attack time and everything else. All right, so got my drums compressed. It's very very light though. I use the bus style, which is it doesn't react as fast. I mean, you can read the manual, but something about the bus is different. Same thing with classic, it'll do different characteristics. Um, I like a clean compression. I don't like to a very I like a very transparent compression. Uh, with the bus, you know, that's more you can do. You can do like sidechain. You can do like changing the hold and look around and all that. But I mean, just for like very basic compression, I'm doing just enough where I'm clicking the the top three peaks, and that is the kick drum, the snare, and the crash. And I'm cutting those very very subtle. Uh, and then for the ratio, I'm doing two because like I'm saying, I'm doing very subtle. On the drums, you know, I got everything pretty much compressed. So on the main bus, I want to just slightly bring them together. I don't want to do a very heavy compression, and I'm only gaining stage or bringing it up by like 1.6 decibels. So only a decibel I'm losing, but on the drum bus, it's making a huge difference. So let me go ahead and double check, make sure my everything's still looking right on my analyzer. Like even though everything's peaking around the same, if you watch this little curve, actually the kick drum's actually louder than overall volume. It's louder than the snare drum. So like they're peaking kind of similar, but the overall loudness is still louder. So if you are going to use this analyzer, you have to take into account for that too. And if you want to turn it off, you just right click and you can change off the waveform or the loudness. I actually think my kick drum needs to come up a little bit. Oh yeah, there we go. A little bit down, a little bit more. And I think that was 1.6. Alright, so the maximum ratio of a clipper or limiter is always infinity to 1. You can do the same thing with compression. He didn't, I'm just adding that on top. Okay, I might tell completely. The only difference is clipper don't have time variables. Correct. Limiter and compressor has time. Clipper doesn't. Got the drums compressed. I know some people like to add saturation and other things to make their drums have character. I may try it. Usually I don't, but I want to try doing like more advanced stuff in my mixing. And by that, like one thing, I forgot who I was watching, but I was watching one mix engineer, and he did something I didn't think of, and I'm kind of doing the same thing, same concept as that he's doing, but not as advanced that he's doing. But what he did was on this like intro, he had like for the drums, he had a different compression setting compared to this and compared to this one. So like once the drums come in on this main first drop, the compression setting is a whole lot harder and a whole lot thicker, and like this one is a whole lot lighter, so it's more tense on this area. So I'm not going to do it on this project. I'm kind of doing the same thing with this tool and filter. I'm filtering it and bringing down the volume, but using like two different compression settings depending on where you're at in the song. If it's an intro, it'll be a lighter compression, and using a heavier in a drop. You know, I never thought about that, and seeing him like use different compression depending on where the song's located at, I thought that was really interesting. But it's going to take more time to set up because you know you still have to watch your peaks and everything. So I ain't gonna do it on this. I'm just gonna cover like a very basic mixing. There's a lot more you can do with it, but I'm just gonna keep to the basic. Right now, I'm gonna try to add a saturation plugin and see how it sounds with saturation. I'm not going to use distortion because I feel like distortion is too harsh. It's has a very digital sound, and I don't like digital sound. On the mid bass, I added trash distortion from Isotope, and the mid bass sounds very digital. Without the distortion, it's actually very warm bass. There's a lot of good harmonics, but because I chose a distortion instead of saturation, it has a very digital sound. So for the drums, I don't want them to sound digital, so I'm going with a saturation. I actually don't use this a lot, to be honest, so I'm just going to go with preset and see if I can figure out something. You do saturation and distortion? Yeah, there's like so many fucking things you can do. It's crazy, but that's what I like about mixing. Like, well, mixing to me, part of it is problem solving, and then another part of it is like bring out the best that you can. So first, you have to fix the issues, like with crazy dynamics and levels, before you can bring excitement to it. So, like a lot of people, I know they put reverbs and delays and chorus and everything, but like, what's the point of adding a delay and chorus if you don't know how it's going to sound with a mix? You may have like a too long of a delay or too long of a reverb, and then when you bounce it out, you have to go and change like the volume of it and change the delay timing and everything else. So I rather get everything like sounding good, and then I can go arrange it and have everything like where it needs to be, and then go back and add I guess the ear candy, like reverb and delays and saturation, all that. With this, I may use tape because I feel like tape is a little bit smoother than the tube. These drums are already pretty punchy. They have a lot of character to them, so I can go with a tube distortion. Sub bass, I do use tube distortion to bring out harmonics, but I'm just gonna go with a tape on this one and see how it sounds, and then play around with it. And if I don't like it, I'll probably delete it. Goku Boy says, "Shake that booty." Tape gets rid of high end. Yeah, exactly. I want to filter it out though. I want to do like a small mix. Not mix. Yeah, I'm gonna mix it in a little bit. What I want to do is I may do like the top end with tube distortion, and then do the bottom with tape, because I know with Saturn you can do multi-band saturation. Shroom, I know the drive's turned down. I'm setting up multiband first. Just hang on, Shroom. I got it. Why is it doing that? I think it's modulation, to be honest. Because if you look at the M, it's modulated, so it's not actually turned down. If we where is it? Where is the modulation? Modulation, yeah. So if we look at the tag and release, it's actually controlling the modulation of the drive. So that's where that's coming in.
depending on the attack and release, it'll change the drive of the saturation. Same thing with dynamics. It'll leave them low or not.
What is the hit? Which hit? That's a bunch of hits. Is it this one you're talking about? This snare drum? In the high frequency? The crash maybe? D. Let me play it. Oh, you talking about the reverse? Yeah. What is this? A reverse crash symbol, but I'm also delaying it, and then select it where what is this? 500? Yeah, 500 hertz below the synth. The only thing I'm playing is drums right now. I'm not playing any kind of synth. Let me unmute this and so you can hear it and tell me what time it is. What time is that? No, let me mute my microphone. Alright, let me know if you heard it, because that's all the synths I got. There's one thing I want to do with the snare though. I want to bring that down. Is it the kick drum? I don't think it is. Goku boy, you are confusing everybody right now. I really do think it's the hat you're talking about, but at the start of each bar, I don't have a synth that starts at each bar. I have a crash. I don't know if that's what you're talking about though. That? That's the only hit I have in the high frequencies, that crash. Alright. The crash. Be right, educating on self on symbols. Alright, so let's see. Alright, I got those fixed. The delay was a little bit too long on the snare because of me changing the transient. Alright, so going back to the saturation of the drums.
All right, so I don't like it. Didn't like the saturation on it. Felt like it made the things a little bit weak. I could do like each layer by one, but I feel like I already have a pretty good characteristics on the drums. Percussions are they're already compressed. Drums, they're pretty set. They're pretty good. The only thing I can think of on drums that you may want to do is compress, or not compress them. Maybe clip them if you want to go for like a little bit extra volume, or as I mentioned before, saturation. It depends on the track though. Sometimes saturation works, sometimes it doesn't. So I want to try a slight clip, not too much though, because this is my master, or my main drum bus, so I want to do subtle stuff to it. Alright, so I put a clipper on there because it adds like a shitload of power behind it. Did a soft clip, just so it barely grabs the peaks. I think on the second or third snare, the peak is a little bit louder. So it's grabbing that a lot and then grabbing the kick drums very subtly and then getting it back up to 11 decibels. Drums, they're good. They're done. The next big thing that I want to touch on is the mid bass. The mid bass needs some compression also. And then once I get everything done, I'll do the reverb last. So compression on the mid bass. I have multi-band already on them, but that's to change the sound. It's not really for mixing. So that's why I'm doing another compression.
What's that squash low noise? I'm assuming you mean the mid bass. For that, I think it's just a square wave. Yeah, square wave being there's quite a lot going on with it. All right, so the basic of this sound is the square wave to it's the square wave being amplitude modulated, so it goes like the volume frequently or goes up and down a lot, and then I have a noise oscillator controlling the amplitude of the frequency. So the frequency changes depending, or the amplitude modulation changes the frequency depending on the noise oscillator. And then on top of that, I have an EQ to cut out the bottom, boost the top end a little bit, distortion just to bring out a little bit extra harmonics, flanger to give it movement, phaser to give it other movement, chorus to make it a little bit wider, hyper to give it more width, delay set to really fast to give a metal characteristic, and then on top of that, change the modulation shapes to like different ones. I do crazy stuff. But if I like take off this modulation of the noise, like just to show you what it does. So I take this off. It doesn't do quite that much, but on like the other ones it does. So the bone crusher noise, it's actually giving it a little bit grit on the higher end frequencies, and the amplitude of the analog bass drum sign that you see, that's giving like the volume going up and down on like this part. So it's like very subtle. The oscillator level is down on 0. Yes, it is. The reason it is on these two, except for this one, but the reason it's on 0 is because I don't want the actual noise. I just want it to modulate this. So if I turn it up, you can hear the noise. But if I turn it down, then you can't hear it, but you still get the modulation from it. So that's why I had the noise turn off. So that noise is modulating this one. I'm glad you caught that though. Alright, and then after that, just EQ to cut off the some crap. And this is a really bad frequency or resonance I didn't like, so I took that one out. Distortion. I think I did a filter first to kind of take off the hot frequencies at the top. Did 2 stages of distortion. One is on low end to give it more warmth, and then the top one is to give it noise, and then a second filter to reduce the top end, bring out the mids a little bit, and then reduce the top. Constellation reverb to put through a guitar cabinet to bring out the brightness. Multi-band distortion or multi-band compression to change the tone and the characters, and then delay for a little bit extra effects. And then after that, some more EQ for the mixing, compression to bring it all together. And that's where we're at now, is trying to fix the compression. You sound like you know stuff. I know as much as I know. I'm still learning like quite a bit. I've only been producing for 1 year so far. I started back in 2016 at the beginning of the year, and then so I still got quite a bit, but mixing's my favorite aspect of producing. I actually hate working on mid basses. Like mid basses are very boring to me, but I'm glad that you think I like understand some stuff. I do appreciate the follow. Right now I'm doing a mix down, so I'm trying to. I know there's going to be a lot of people watching this and explaining like how to make everything fit in. At this point, I think I got the mid-bass compression done. After that, I work on the atmosphere, percussions, the vox, and the effects. And then once I get that done, go to time-based effects like chorus, delay, and reverb. And then hopefully after that, everything will be done. I may also do mid processing a little bit. Yeah, if you can, after I'm done, I do plan on taking a few tracks if anybody has some. The only thing I ask is that if you could provide a download link, um, because the way I have my stream set up, it only routes audio from Bitwig. So if I open up SoundCloud, it won't play it through stream. I can listen to it still, but put the it won't put the sound on stream. But after I'm done doing everything else, I do plan on doing that. I got the percussions done. The atmosphere I probably won't mess with right now because they don't have as huge of an impact as everything else. I'm gonna go through a few things and then compress the effects. All right, so this impact is the loudest peak. I'm going to try to compress it a little bit, just so it's a little bit more even with everything else, and then compress the whole effect chain. With effects, I really don't do too much. Just make sure they're fitting where they need to be, and then compression just to tie them together. The drums, the main synth, and the sub bass is what I do the most with when it comes to mixing. The other thing I do with this is panning, but I already did the pan on this, so I don't need to do that. Level wise, everything looks good level wise. It's just that one little peak, so I'm gonna compress it just a little bit, not too much, because don't really need to. All right, so same deal. 4 0.0 ratio, because I wanted to like bring the peaks down pretty quick, so I'm not letting quite a lot volume going through. And I did a hard knee, so it'll kick in pretty fast. I didn't actually change the tag, but that's all right. I don't need to. And then gain it 4.8, and then bring down the master volume down 4.8 decibels from what I had originally, so -5 or -9.7. Again, I already had the volume set, so it's just the peak I'm taming. Since I brought up all the other peaks in this sound, I had to bring down the master level. So now all the effects should be pretty much the same. Except for this one. I haven't checked this one out yet. I might need to bring that one down, because I think it might be louder than my actual other peaks. That one, let's see. Yeah, I do need to bring it down. It's 2.0, or it's 2 decibels above my main peak, which is the drums are hitting at 11. This is hitting 9. Yeah, it's still hitting at 9. So go ahead and compress this one also. And this one has, well, actually, okay, so there is something else that you can do instead of compression. I could do volume sculpting also, or there's like a lot of names for this, but basically instead of doing a compression, I just pull this down with volume, and that should work just like that. So if you have like one sound and you already have a sample like an impact, and you don't want to really throw a compressor on it or anything, then you can always do like simple volume edits like that. You can also change the peak with EQ, but I already did an EQ and I don't really want to. I did like a slight EQ, and I really don't want to take the time to try to sweep through to figure out which peak it is. So that's why I did the volume, because it's just the transient. Another way that you can do this is with a transient shaper, since it is the initial impact that's peeking through and not like something over here. It's not like doing that. I can also use a transient shaper to bring down the initial hit. Those are the 3 ways though: compression, volume edit, or transient shaper. So I mentioned it before, there's plenty of ways to get the same result. Alright, so that one's I think I took it down from like -9 to 14, -13. So with everything else, these peaks, let me close this, these peaks should be the same. With compression though, it will bring up these. So hang on a second. Excuse me. So with compression, it will bring up everything else like this, and then I will have to gain stage it again. So keep that in mind when you do compression, that it will bring up everything else. With volume automation, it'll just bring down what you need. You can probably do the same thing with compression, just like when it first hits, just do a quick release. That way it won't, or a longer release. That way it won't bring up all these. Alright, so all the effects should be sitting pretty even now. So go ahead and check these. And then pause that so I can check this one. Yeah, so yeah, they're pretty even now. I mean, look at that. I think there's one more I didn't check, is this one. Okay, that one's good. And okay, I know that all those are good also. This riser, I don't think it's peaking yet, or that much. No, okay. So we got all the dynamics. Well, not yet. Not yet. We got most dynamics in check. Before I add compression, let's let me check the peak of the master track first.
All right, so at this stage, we got most of the stuff done, most of the tedious stuff. You know, I went through, cut off all the bottom end, and then after that, I did EQs, or cut off the bottom end to get rid of crap that I don't need or it doesn't fit the mix. So, for example, on the vocals, I had a lot of low end. I could hear it when it was playing by itself. It gave that low rumble that you hear in like male voices, but because of sub basses and mid bass, you know, in the mix, it wouldn't really come out in the mix. So I cut off the low end. So that's why I always do my EQ or my mixing like playing the track together, because you may hear something when you play by itself, but in the mix you may not hear that sound and you may not need it. So cut off anything you don't need, and then after that, adjust the levels, which I did, and then went through dynamics and compression. At this stage, there's a few more things I can do, and a few more things I will do. Right now, looking back at our peak was 3.7, and now it's at 7.3. So just with dynamics and, you know, I didn't smash the crap out of anything. You know, I still had dynamics and everything else, but we dropped by like 4 decibels just with a few EQs, very subtle compression, nothing too intense, and just make sure everything sits where it needs to be. So let's take a little break just to because the dynamics took quite a bit. I'm not done yet though. There's still quite a few things that I can do to, you know, shape it up, but I got most of the main elements situated. Tesla, I seen your link. I already got saved, so I haven't forgot. Let me go ahead and open this in a new tab. Okay, and all right, I got it downloaded. So if you want to remove downloads, you can, and I'll be sure to comment on that later. Hang on a second. I want to hold on. I want to test something. Okay, it is showing up.
All right.
Alright, I thought maybe I didn't have my alerts, but I was thinking. Guide drawer gave great pointers as to where it's going wrong. Alright, I'll make sure to give my feedback also, because I know like having more than one person listen to it is always helpful. Alright, so we're going to take a little break just to give our ears some time to give me a break anyway. We're going to listen to the whole track, and then when we come back, or when I come back, just like a quick 1 minute, 2 minute break, I'm going to finish the compression. There's some more compression I need to do, and then after that, work on some mid-cycle processing. There's a few things I need to do on that, and then I may see if there's anything else I may have forgotten to do. If not, then I'll move on to time-based effects. Until then, be back in about a minute or two. Make you some coffee, grab a snack or something, and we'll come back in a minute.
All right, we're back. Guy Drill made some good points. First point, make sure you do 5 mix down. You literally check everything on 4 different systems, like monitors, speaker, headset, cheap earbuds. Mentioned that before. Hang on, I gotta fix my cover. Like I said, I don't use headphones unless I need to check something specifically. And when I get done with this mix down, it probably won't be the final one. I'll probably check it in my car, check it at work, because I have crappy speakers at work. And then after that, come back, do 2 or 3 more mix downs, and then finally be done. The second point he made, make sure you have fresh ears. That's why I'm doing it on Saturday, because on weekdays, I go to work from 8 to 5, so usually when I come home, I'm, I've been listening to people. Come here, baby. I've been listening to people like talking to me all the time, and listening to my coworkers, listening to music in the office. So, I'm just tired at the day. So, most of the time I get back from home, that's when I do most of my production. And then on the weekends, like today on Saturday, I wake up and do the mix down. So most of my streams are production, they're not mix downs, unless I do one on a weekend. This is my first mix down stream though. Fresh ears though, make sure if you do mix down, the best time to do it is like first thing in the morning, and not like late at night. And when you do a mix down, like sit on it for a little bit. Don't just like do it and then it's like, okay, I'm done. Because like even though everything sounds good right now, I may come back to it like 2 days later and say, oh well, that snare's a little bit too loud, or the mid basses are a little bit harsh, so I may put like a de-esser on it or something. So like a mix down, it's a slow process. It's a repetitive process. It's boring. You know, a lot of people don't like it because of like how much stuff you have to do and how many times you just go back and listen to the same thing over and over again. But if you just like remember this like one thing, like when you get to the mixing process, your song is done. Like you don't need to do anything else. Once you get to the mixing process, like everything like creativity wise is done. The only thing you're doing is fixing issues. So you can always come back and redo the mix. I mean, it's not like you have to redo the whole track or anything. When it comes to mixing it, it's just it's mainly fixing issues. It's problem solving. So like if you have like a bad mix, just take a break and come back to it later. There's been multiple times where I have like different mixes. I sent somebody that they catch something I don't. They'll be like, hey, this snare has too much low end, it's getting lost in the mix. And I'll be like, oh, I didn't even hear that. So definitely take a listen to a few different devices, see if you can get different people's opinions. And you know, some people may have different thoughts on it, but try to, like, one person may say turn this down, the other person may say turn it up. Try to like conversate for both of them if you can. So it looks like the main mix is -6.1. I don't know where it's at though. I think it's like around here. Let me find where that new peak is at so I can mark it. Gadger said didn't get your review on it, but it sounded really brought in a lot of bright in places. Are you talking to me or Tesla? I'm confused by your sentence. The mix is bright? Is that? I don't know. I'm confused now. So I think this peak is actually a transient that I forgot to fix. If I can find it. Yes, it is. So this one is actually because I didn't move it. And I mentioned before, you know, with like transients, if you have a peak that's coming out in only one place and not, if it's not happening all the time, it's probably because two sounds are lining up on top of each other. So let me see if I can figure out where. I think this is my pattern. It's on this kit drum. This okay, there it is. It's this one that I need to move. All right, so now I should have my peak fixed. Where was that? I think it was this one. It was when this pad came in and this percussion hit the kick. So Alright, yeah. So I fixed the peak. So now our peak is 7.4. Originally it was 6.1. That's because I forgot to move one percussion a little bit off time. That's the easy way to, like I mentioned before, if you have a peak that's coming out only on one part of the song, it's probably not a mixing issue. It's probably something stacked on top of each other. So move it a little bit slight off time. It's probably overlapping transients. That's probably what's happening. Red. I'm just gonna call you Red. Red, hello again. Hello to you. Hope you're having a good day on the Saturday. So far it's doing good. So at this point, 7.1. That's a pretty solid mix. Everything's like pretty good. It's not over where most pre-masters are at. Most pre-masters are between. Most pre-masters are below -3. A lot of people like between -12 and -6. -6 is the most common number though. So -7 is pretty good, but there's still like quite a lot I can do with it. If I really want to, I can send it off, but why send it off if you can make it even better? So let's go with this effect. With effect, I think this one's the peak still. That's 14, and this one is 13. So this 13.2 is the peak. Not gonna do anything special on them because they're just lasers and blips and stuff. They're just backdrop. They don't need a lot of stuff going on. I think my original peak was 14. Yeah, 14. So they're only up by like a decibel. So I'm not going to do a super hard compression. And actually, I only need to. Let's see if it's 2. If I do 4 and break it down a little bit, it should know. Hey, you check my stuff. You haven't sent me anything, so no. Oh, can you check out my stuff? I can, but I want for a few hours, if that's alright. I'm not saying no, I'm saying later. If that makes sense. Of course it makes sense, it's English. Going back to where I'm at. Excuse me. Alright, so 1.8. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's good enough. Bring that up 2.2. Like I said, I already got the levels situated, so I'm gonna bring down my mass or my bus by 2.2. So now, like all the effects should fill up like 2 decibel less space. The vocals though, okay, I did that one. That was already good. That one is not. Just because I know that these already have size stuff in them, I'm going to go ahead and take them off. I know, right, sure, man, don't even say hi or anything. At least Riddraw says hey. Nah, it's fine. I mean, I understand, like, they're trying to get their stuff out and listen to and feedback. I mean, I was the same way, come into like somebody's stream, is like, oh, this is cool. Let me get some feedback from people that like slightly knows what they're doing. And you make something, you're excited to share and stuff, and you're like, hey, check out this cool thing I made. And I'm proud of it. I understand, like, you put time in and all, but time and place for it. Alright, so this is not what I want. I want this one. Where is that sound at? Here we go. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. Sam says, can you listen to my work in progress so I can be famous? I don't care about the stream. Yeah, go ahead and link it up, Sam. I'll quit what I'm doing and
listen to it. I think I'm getting tired ear syndrome quick from the stream or from listening to your projects. Because I know you're working on something. Excuse me. Alright, so I got this side channel already cut off. Oh shit, no I didn't. SoundCloud suck yes song. Give it 3 days and come back. Yeah, give it 3 days. 3 days is usually what I find helps. Alright, I got that cut off. 22. Alright, so that was game stage. Vocals, I don't know if I'm going to compress these or not because they're pretty similar. I don't think there's too much I can gain off of this. Yeah, so they're pretty close. I ain't going to compress them. I ain't going to get much benefits out of compressing these vocals because they're pretty much the same dynamics. Tesla said, no, just generally compare to how I used to make tunes these days. It's like an hour before I know all my has are 20,000 boosted. Do I ever come back 3 days later and think what's good about it? Go in and change everything? Yes, but because that's my progress. I lay down everything and then I come back and change the sounds. Cause I feel like if you get the arrangement down first, the arrangement is more important than, to me, the arrangement and groove and rhythm is more important than the sounds. But that's just me. So I do things different. Like I arrange first and then I'll go back and change the sounds. So for me personally, yes, I do go back and do a lot of stuff like that. Alright, so these keys I had to do quite a bit on because the vocals and everything's done. The only thing that we got left is this atmosphere. Once I get that, I'll go and do some mid-side processing. So this goes up 9 decibels, and like on average, I think it's like 20. And yeah, I could compress it, but the best thing to do in this case, because there's one thing that goes up in 9 decibels, is this little thing at 17, and we can see in the peak too. If we look at the waveform, look at that, it shoots way up. And if we zoom in even more, get rid of this, we can see it's shooting up. So the easiest solution to this is to do like a volume automation to like bring these down and bring this back up. Because if I do compression, it's going to catch this hard and it's going to compress this really hard, and then everything is going to be louder. So usually if it's just one thing, I usually just do a volume automation. If it's a bunch of stuff, then I may
then I'll probably do a compression. And the same thing with this one. This one's a little bit high, but I don't want to completely get rid of it. I actually want to swoop this up a little bit and bring that. Okay, that should be good. And then bring it back up to 0. Alright, so now instead of like 9, we're back at 16. Or 15 or whatever. I think that's worse of the peak, so let me double check. Alright, got most of the, well actually I got all of them set. Didn't do compression because it'll bring up all the other levels, and I really don't want that. I just want to bring the peaks down a little bit. Have you pre-made this effects loop? No, it is actually a sample. I'm assuming this E-tonal one, this one. This is... I got off of Free Sound. I forgot who gave it. I forgot where I got it from. If you look up this sample though, you might be able to find it. I've looked up drones. No, sorry, I lied. Black Octopus. Black Octopus samples what I got it from. Black Octopus, they had a sale where you get like a bunch of packs for like $15. It's Black Octopus Evolving Textures, Atonal, and it's the number 10. Could you also put a limiter on it? Yes. There's a bunch of ways you can do that. You can put a limiter on it, it will get rid of it completely. However, because of the volume automation or the gain changes that it did, it will reduce one plugin I have to use, which reduces latency. Legacy is not really a big issue nowadays with modern technology because our computers is pretty fast, but the less plugins you have, the quicker your projects load if you have to go back to it. So I try to use it. It depends on the situation. If I can do something without a plugin, I will. If I can do something without a plugin, I will. However, if using a plugin gives me more flexibility, then I'll use a plugin. I like to have a lot of control over most things. That's why a lot of things are separated. I don't like to use loops. I know a lot of people use drum loops and stuff. and I usually hand program all my drums and percussions, and I don't know if it's because I'm just picky or if I'm like a perfectionist or anything. Probably because both or something, but I like to have flexibility when I'm working with something. You're lazy? Yeah. I used to be lazy, but then I started taking ADD medication. No. So here's the deal with being lazy. If there's something that I didn't do because I don't know how, then that's alright. If there's something I didn't do because I'm lazy, then I hate myself. If I don't do something because I'm lazy, that's poor judgment on myself. If I don't do something because I don't know how or I don't have the knowledge, then that's alright. That gives me a chance to learn something. Once you get in the habit of doing things, it quickly becomes nature. So, like for example, just to take a quick detour off of the mixing, like these colors, I have certain colors for everything I use, and the reason I do is because just give you a short rundown. They match up the frequencies. So if I turn on a color frequencies, you can see like red, orange, green, blue, whatever. They match up depending on the frequency. At first, doing this, it's really like a pain in the ass to get used to. But over time, I became used to it. I was doing it by nature. I wasn't even thinking about it. So this is one project I'm working on currently, and the same thing, without even playing anything, I can automatically tell, all right, this is gonna be sub bass. There's no sub bass here because I don't see any red. There's no drums because I don't see any orange or yellow or blue. It's all atmosphere. Down here, impact is going to be a high-end impact. It's going to have high frequencies. So, being lazy is just not getting into a habit of doing it. So, like a baby, they may not feed themselves because they haven't gotten the habit of doing it, or like walking. If you if you walk like 2 miles, you might get tired, but over time you get used to it, and you can walk 5 miles, and you can start jogging 10 miles, and it's just repetition you have to get used to. Have you delved into making kick drum snare? From scratch? No. I want to though, because the same issue. I'm picky. Right now I'm currently in the process of organizing my samples. Like in this 2017 folder, if I can get rid of these. Like I have everything. I'm slowly getting in the process of organizing stuff. The only thing I hadn't done yet is my drums, and I'm I'm kind of scared to because I have like so many fucking drums. But kit drums I do sometimes. I make kit drums from scratch. It depends on how I'm feeling. But the Finger say he does the same with loops. Drum loops are awesome, but you don't really have control over it. Yeah. Like with reverb, or not reverb, with remixes like I have right now, I usually use samples or the stems. Otherwise, I use MIDI only. Absolutely hate working with audio. I prefer MIDI. But if it's a remix, I usually use audio for just so I can like see how their projects is set up and how it's laid out and everything. For kick drum, real simple. Just use a sine wave, pitch it down, and then distortion to get your tone. Snare drum, probably the same thing, but different character. A snare drum has a transient hit and some white noise for the character, or for like the upper harmonics. So you probably need a high noise or a noise on top of that. Same thing with hats. The hats is mainly reverb and white noise being modulated. Personally, I haven't delved too much into making drums though. Alright, so atmosphere is pretty set. I ain't gonna compress it though. I ain't gonna do anything like that. So we got everything good now. Let me double check this peak though. Alright, so peak's pretty good. After this is the mid side processing. So first I have to make sure I get everything right, like period, before I go into the side channels. I feel like you have to get everything like set first before you can do that. So starting from the very, very beginning, Serum kills my i7, 32 gigabytes. What kind of i7 though? Because I'm running an i5 with 16 gigabytes. Serum will mostly use processing though. That's what I'm confused about. Like if you have an i7, you should have hyperthreading on it, because the i5s don't. And hyperthreading should allow more processing to be out. I don't want to say allocated. Hyperthreading will allow multi-processing more. 2 years ago. What's the the hertz on it? Because I have an i5 from like this computer 6 years ago. The only thing I need to put on is SSD to load the samples faster, but really there's no problems with it. And with the i5 I think it's an i5 2500K model, which allows overclocking, which I haven't done yet. I think it's 3.2 gigahertz, or it might be 3.6. If you run an i7 and you're having issues, it sounds like it might be hardware related problem, because i7 should have hyperthreading and it should help out a lot. If it's killing your i7, that doesn't sound good. How many serums are we talking about? Because right now I'm running 10 and not having an issue. Feel more control of audio, yeah. Alright, so mid-side processing. Just a warning, you might get a little lightheaded because I'm working the side channels. So for the side channels, pretty much the same thing. You don't want too much in the higher area, or like you want this part to be louder than that. 3.4 gigahertz, 37. See if hyperthreading is enabled. It should be enabled by default, but it could be disabled. I'm surprised that it's having issues though, to be honest. Alright, so got this one peak on the side channel. It's pretty loud. Took it down because I don't need it. And I could bring everything back up, but since it is just a side, I'm not going to. God, that is really freaking loud. I mean, I could compress it, but I'm not going to. Alright, so for this drone, I don't really have a stereo on it, so I'm going to add a chorus. And a high cut around, let's do 5,000. Um. Hmm. Let me, damn it. I forgot to download that multiply plugin that Shroom1 has. He told me about a really good plugin for chorus, so I forgot to download it. Whatever, I'll do this one for now, and I may change it later. Cause I'm getting a little bit of phasing issues on this. Alright, that's pretty decent. So right now I'm running 11 serums with no issue. Yeah, I figured it's a car core. Yeah, I forgot to download multiply. So I was going to do it earlier, but I forgot. I'll get it tonight. Excuse me. Yeah, I think that's what hyperthreading does. It does 4 cores and then it splits it into 8. Try changing your buffer size or something, because you really shouldn't have issues. That's why I'm thinking some of the cores are wrong, like a bad core or something like that. Send an email to Steve. He's pretty quick on replies and he's pretty helpful when it comes to customer service or technical support. Oh man, apple crumble sounds good. I use the default serums settings, I think. I'm just surprised you're having issues with like a 2-year-old processor. Alright, for this one, I wanted to actually split it because I want to do some more stuff to it. Come on, spaghetti. Alright, did the EQ to bring down a little bit of the high ends on the side channels, that way the hats will have some room. And I'm also going to compress it to just to like try to tame a little bit of the peaks a little bit. If I look at my multi-band, or not multi-band, what's it called? Analyzer. We can try to tame these peaks on the side channel. I'm gonna turn off my microphone while I do this also. Alright, I got the side channel on this sitting tight now. Next channel is probably the drums. I want to go from lowest frequencies to high because the higher frequencies are a little bit easier to work with than the low ones. It's easier to mess up the low ones. These are pretty good. I ain't going to do anything on the sides for those. Well, actually, yeah, I will. I think. Let me think. There's something I want to do to these. Alright, so dropped down the crash a little bit, but also brought up the bottom end of the crash, just because it hits and then it's kind of lingers a little bit. So if we watch like right here in 7,000, that's why I dropped it down at. The crash is going to come in and it's going to drop and it's going to come up around this 4,000. So you can see like it hits and it swoops over here. So that's where that boost is coming in at. And dynamic wise, they're the same with the mid bass. So once I probably won't do a multi-band side compression because I feel like that's more for the mastering stage. I think if you get your dynamics right, then in the master stage you can bring out the size if you need to. Like for mixing, you just want to make sure everything's level for the most part. Which they are, because originally I had too much high end in the top area. a slight resonance that's hitting that I don't like. I'm trying to find it. Let me think. What is a good way I can remove this? 'Cause I think it only shows up in the side channel. It does only show up in the side channel. That is weird. But it's not my sample, so. Alright, that one's not quite working for getting it out. I have an idea. Let me fix this one first though. I'm gonna gain stage this, or not gain stage, but change my analyzer to 10 decibels so that way I can kind of get an idea of what's gonna sound or look like when it's mastered. Okay. I think that's in line with the mid basses also. It's almost in line with the mid basses. Alright, alright, so let's go and see how we do on this one. Alright, so I got the size set up on that. For this one though, did I do the wrong one? No, I didn't. Okay. Let me go ahead and take this off because I ain't gonna use it. I'm gonna try. I don't know if it'll look. Hang on. Yeah. So I want to set up the mid-size split, and then on the side channel, I want to try to gate out that clicking noise if I can. And what I'm doing with the gate is it will pick up any sound below threshold and cut it out. Oh yeah. Alright, I got it. So on the snare drum, I don't know why, but there was a click on the side channel at the top of it. So did a mid band or mid size split and put a gate to allow that bottom end hand drum come in, since it's on the same layer as the snare drum, and the gate will cut off the top end since the top end is not as loud as the hand drum, so it'll play the hand drum on the side channel and then it'll cut it out. So without it, you hear that little click, that little and then with it, it's just the knocking. Dub Killer, how you doing, man? Glad I got a chance to stop by. Hope you're doing good on this Saturday. Alright, so now let me just go ahead and put this back to left right so I can hear how it sounds. And then without it, so you can't really notice it unless it's in the side channel itself, but you know, might as well try to cut it out anyway. I want to make sure this is not taking out too much. Okay, so I'm getting like 0.1 decibel, but I ain't gonna worry about it. Next is, I think I did the hats maybe. Yeah, the hats are good for the most part. The effects, I do need to work on the effects though. All right, I want there's one thing I want to do with the vocals that while I was doing the EQ mixing earlier, there was one thing I noticed in the side channels that is really loud on one vocal. So I'm going to try to tame that a little bit. Before I do though, let me check if it's dynamic or volume. Okay, so it's not dynamic, it's spectrum. Go collaborate my stems pack now. Hell yeah, man, I'll grab that. I'll probably next Monday on stream I might do that. Alright, so I don't think the thing that's bugging me on the side channel, it's not dynamics. It's not a dynamic issue, it's a volume or frequency issue. So I'm gonna grab the EQ and see if I can try to find where I wanna take this out at. Alright, so we're still on the negative 25 decibels on this slope. There's this one peak that was really high on the side channel that I didn't want, and I boosted up the bottom end a little bit. But I think if we check, it should still be mixed pretty well. And that might be on the same for both vocals. If not, then I can easily switch it to the single channel. Oh, hang on, I forgot to turn in my game. There we go. Alright, so this effects is too loud. I didn't notice it till just now. But it's alright, because like I said with mixing, you already got the sound, it's just problem solving. So it's this one at 7,000, this one at 3. It's almost there. I can bring it down, but I really don't want to, because it's only 2 frequencies that's bothering me. There we go. Okay, that's good. I don't know if I gain stage this or not. That's hitting right at 0. No, I ain't gonna gain stage it because it's just gonna bring it back over the peak. Yeah, that's why I don't upload stuff so much because just get like a bunch of fucking bots and crap. Like, hey, meet 60 singles. Watch me do a webcam show at gol.gl/ some website that redirects you to something else. Alright, so going back to side channel. Let's see what else we need to do on the side. I want to check the second vocal though. Yeah, that second vocal's fine. This one needs a chorus because it's a mono. 6,000 good. 7,000 is good. I'll do 6,000 because that one frequency I don't want to bring it into the side channel. Okay, that one's set. Alright, so the next side channel will be the laser effects. Yeah, I think I already did those. Maybe. Yeah, I already did. That one I need to change though. That was way too loud on the side channel. The reason I'm not doing it on the same EQ is because again, with being more flexibility, I can go back and if I need to change something in the mid, I can, or if I need to change something in the side, I can just go to that one EQ. Same thing with cutting off. Like I feel like if you need to drop something down, instead of doing like a big like 6 or 8 decibel drop, you just do a bunch of like little 2 drops, like 2 decibels, and then over time, you know, once you get like 4 EQs, you have more control over that than trying to do like one big node that drops down 8 decibels. This is actually pretty has a lot of side information, and I might actually get rid of most of this, to be honest. Actually, yeah, I am. I'm gonna get rid of most of this because I don't need it. I'm gonna cut it down about 7,000. Oh yeah, look at that. That is perfect. So if we check it out again, and then if we do listen with the hats, cause I want the hats to be like the loudest element in that frequency. All right, so it's still a little bit too loud, but I can bring it down some more. There we go. That's good. I'm not going to gain stage it because, again, it'll just ruin the dynamics, or not the dynamics, the balance on the side channel. Alright, so that should be everything on this. I did that. Percussions. Hadn't done percussions yet. Okay, percussions are pretty solid already.
I think that's everything. Yeah, that is everything. Alright, so after this, usually at this stage, I would go back and add like automation for filters, but I kind of already set that up because I knew they're going to be at the last. Yeah, just like volume automation for filters and stuff. They don't really change the sound. They don't really affect the sound like the mid basses or the sub bass. Yeah, I don't have it on this, but on the mid bass, you know, I have automation still, but it's changing the character of it. So for this automation, it's not really changing the character. I mean, it is, but I'm using it as like a transition or like a kind of like an effect, I guess. So use my effects are last on the chain, because if you add reverb, if you add delay, it's going to delay your signal. It's going to add more information into your mix. So once you add reverb and delay, it's actually going to make your mix louder, and that's part of the reason why I do reverb and delays last, because there's no point in adding it if it's not going to mix in well. I mean, if my track's like -6 and then I put a reverb, it might bump it up to like -5 or something. So reverb and delay is usually the last thing I do. Drums, I think I already had them set up. I do like a soft reverb when I'm producing, just so I get like a slight idea of how it sounds. Plus, people, if they watch me on stream, they don't like it when I don't have reverb because they can't stand the dry sounds. This is, I think I'm pretty solid on this one though. Let me check. For this, I do have to use my headphones most of the time because I can't pick up reverb in my room because it's not treated, and the room itself will have like a lot of reverb with like high frequency. So like if I clap, hang on, that was a shitty clap. You can kind of hear that like reverb, or like it's like a little spring kind of stuff. So that's also the other reason why I mix at a low level, because if I have my levels too loud and a really loud transient comes in like a snare drum, then I may pick up the reverb off the snare drum, but it may actually be coming from my room. So if I keep the levels quiet, then it won't be loud enough where it bounces around my room as much. So I can program the reverb with that. There has been times where I did add a reverb on the snare and I can still hear one because my room's just, this was before I moved. I hadn't noticed it in this room yet, but I have noticed that certain rooms do produce a reverb if you turn up your volume too loud. So that's also a reason why I mix on a low volume. Busted Finger says he's gonna fall in love with a bot. Alright, so going back to the reverb, I use a plate, or not a plate, well I do use plate, but I already got this kind of set, so like I don't have a lot of high end in the top end. Excuse me. I can compress it if I really wanted to. I know some people do. With dubstep, they really, really, really love their mid basses, or not mid basses. They really love reverb, and I don't like reverb, which is like weird. So I know a lot of people, they compress their reverb sends or bus, and sometimes I don't, but sometimes I do. So I am going to check it and see how this sounds with the reverb or with compression. Let me select that one and change that to reverb. I want to turn off my microphone while I do this also.
don't think I'm gonna compress it. I'll compress it just to see what it does. Shroomhead said he agrees he hates reverb. Sometimes he has whole tracks with nothing with no reverb. Yeah, I agree, Shroomhead. Reverb sucks. Alright, let's see. 40 hertz wobble reverb. Tesla, he doesn't put reverb on his master. Pro R, I need to check that out because I do need a like I have a plate reverb, but I need some more reverbs, but I just haven't had the money for it yet recently. Dope Killer likes to track. Thank you, Dope Killer. Delay it to 110 feedback. Oh man, I did that one time. Feedback, like huge feedback like that, is good for like effects. That I do that sometimes. If I'm working like an effect, I'll create like a really big reverb or a delay on it. So with reverb, what you used to do, most of the mixed parts you don't want to change by itself. You want to like play it within the mix. But with reverb, I usually play them one by one and like set it just so I barely notice the reverb, and I may pull it back a little bit, and then I'll have like a bus right here, so I may pull up the bus a little bit and then again pull up a little bit more. So that's how I do reverb, just like very subtle where you really like notice it, and then like just in your bus add like a tiny little bit more, and then on the main bus a tiny little bit more. The only thing that has reverb right now is the drum solo. I have to go in and add reverb to everything else. Mid bass already has reverb. Drums, I already did that one. Percussions, I do need to do this one. I'll slap them on the same reverb. Chorus, usually I put that first, and then reverse. Reverse usually always last. The way I do my time delays is chorus, or my time based effects is chorus. No, wait, hang on. Chorus, delay, then reverb. And the reason I put reverb last is because I feel like reverb is the most dangerous thing you can work with. With chorus, a chorus is going to delay anyway. So, a chorus is basically a delay. But it's very fast, so it's not like a huge delay. So chorus is kind of like a smaller delay. And after that, if I want to delay even more, like a effect or something, like chorus just to make it wide, and then delays to make the effects. With reverb though, you can create a reverb with delay. You can like trick the ears to think it's a reverb. But with reverb, there's like so much going on that it's very easy to mess up. So I always put reverb last. That way it doesn't make the mix muddy or wash out or anything. If I put it in front and then put it in like my EQs and compression and everything, it's just going to ruin the reverb. So I always try to put reverb on the very last. And same deal, just like very subtle. Play the sound by itself with reverb, see how it sounds, and then adjust it later. So like with a chorus, you don't really get a reverb, but you still have it like in a side channel. So with a delay though, let's do like a 2 delay just so I can demonstrate this. I might not be able to do this because I haven't done it in a long time. Yeah, I ain't gonna try it because I'm just gonna stick with reverb. But you can build a reverb out delay unit. Shroomhead, didn't you give me like a tip for reverb or something? Like a huge, like a pre-delay and like a huge size that decays real quick. I think it was you that told me about it. Let me bring this. I think these are hitting around this area. Yeah, that's right. Let me bring it back a little bit more. All right. At least 50. Yeah. $50 is good. For people that don't know, because I'm sure Shroomhead knows, 50 milliseconds is the number for 50 milliseconds is a imaginary number. I use it a lot in sub basses, is to remove the click. So the deal with 50 milliseconds, anything below 50 milliseconds, we usually can't detect with our ears. It's just too fast of a change that we can't pick up. Yes, if you change takt time on sub bass to 50 milliseconds, you won't have a popping. So technically you can hear change, but 50 milliseconds is usually like a pretty. It's usually the highest you can go before you make a drastic change. So 50 milliseconds is a good number to remember. If you're working 140, there's like music calculators you can do for like delay times and stuff. I think 429 milliseconds and 140 is 1/4 of a beat or something like that. It's some kind of 420 number. Got that one done. I may actually bring it down a little bit more. Alright, Tesla, take care. I didn't forget that track. If you want to check out the archive to see like what else I did to it, and I probably will provide feedback. So if you want to check out the feedback later on, you can. Have a good night, man. Or actually, day. I don't know. I don't know what time zone you're in. Usually I say good night because usually I'm the first one to leave. Alright, so got reverb on the percussion. I want to change these a little bit though. I'm gonna keep this on 0 because it is a sin. I'll do that. I'll keep it on 0 for now. Atmosphere. I'm assuming that Frost already put reverb on this, but I could be wrong. Cause I know he likes to use reverb a lot. Excuse me. Alright. Got that one set. That might be a little bit too much. Let me for now I'm just gonna add reverb and a little bit of stereo effects, because that's honestly the last thing to do left. So I'm gonna mute the microphone, go through everything that needs reverb, and add that now. Alright, at this point, I'm mostly done. Just had to fix a few things. One thing I noticed is that these two, actually these three, need to be on the side channel because they're bumping everything else up on that lower drum. Okay. Alright, I got most things done, but there's a few things that's off level wise that I didn't catch. And since I add reverb, it's going to add like more stuff to it. But one thing that you can do is push into a limiter and see what's peaking. So let me show you how I usually do that to because right now, like, this is, let me go ahead and save this before I forget. So like, right now, this is like my first mix. At this point, I'll usually just stop here and come back in like a day or two or something. Try to fix issues that I catch. But going back to the limiter, there's like a few things just popping out, and yeah, I could go back one by one, but the easiest thing is to push into the limiter and see what catches it. So let me mute my microphone and show how to do that. Of course, now it's not going to a fucking peak. But I mean, you know, at this stage, you know, I got everything almost like ready. So let's take a comparison, like, sample of what we started with, and then see what we have now since I did the mix and finish, and just to, like, show like how much a mix can bring out in a track, basically. Let me go ahead and save this again one more time. Okay, so I'm gonna play the pre-mix, and then I'm gonna play the mix down, the first mix down, because it's not finished. I'm gonna go back and, you know, days later, check on a few different systems and see what I need change a few things. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting with the mix. Like with the sub bass, I didn't really touch on the sub bass that much besides compression, because like with sub basses, I pretty much designed them with mixing already in plan. Like I already have like the way I program my sub basses is different from other people. I don't know if I have a sub bass that's already set up for or not. I don't. Okay, well, these, just ignore these sub basses, but usually on the sub bass patch, I'll have it mapped so it will like automatically turn down the volume depending on the pitch. So with sub basses, most of what you want to do is just make sure your lower harmonic is louder than the higher one. Alright, so now that I mentioned that, and Shroom says it's nice and wide, got a lot of reverb. Let's play the premix and then the mix. I'm just going to go ahead and drop like straight down to the drop. That way we can get the main idea of it. Alright, I just found the peak again. So real quick, why not limited? Because it look like Shroom said. Alright, so alright, so here's the deal with limiters, compression, sub bass, and all that. Or compression, limiters, and clippers are all the same thing. We went over it before, like what the difference is. A compressor and limiter are exactly the same thing. The only difference is a limiter is, instead of allowing you to set a ratio of like 2 or 4, whatever, like we can with a compressor, we can set the ratio for it. But with a limiter, we can't really set a ratio. So the ratio of a limiter is infinity to 1. So like here, we just got ceiling and gain and release, that's all. With a compressor, we can set the time, we can set the knee, and if we want to make a limiter, just set it to 100 or infinity, and we got a limiter. For a clipper, same thing, just no time and release. For compressing a sub bass or limiting a sub bass, if your sub bass is changing pitch, then I always compress my sub bass, because without very subtly though, not too much, like just 2 decibels. When you compress the sub bass, you don't lose the power as much as you would if it went to a lower note. So the reason that you want to compress the sub bass is not to create harmonics or to create distortion. You want to compress your sub bass to make sure that when it changes notes, it still has the full power and the full width of your of like all the notes. Compression can also be handy for like making sure your higher notes don't have a louder peak than your lower notes, but I usually program the patch to do that itself. So usually the patches do that. Distorting a sub bass. You can distort a sub bass to get harmonics, but I don't. Create harmonics. On this case, I did distort my sub bass with trash, but I did it very gently, so it only has very few harmonics. With Serum, I usually draw in my harmonics by hand. Just to like give a quick example, go here, go to the wavetable editor, and then just draw a few bars. Key to volume ratio. Usually I have a note or a pitch assigned to the volume to automatically adjust the gain depending on the patch. But limiter, I almost never ever use limiter ever, because I feel like, I mean, you can, but I personally don't. I always use compressors, and clippers. Clippers I use sometimes, but a limiter, excuse me, a limiter I don't personally use. I know some people do, but I just don't. Let me catch this peak again, write it down, and then we'll go from there. I think it's the mid bass, because this mid bass, it changes. That's why it's louder. But all right. So the only way I use, or the only time I use a limiter is to catch peaks that I may not see. And then once I catch the peak, I'll take the limiter off and fix it manually. Because when I go to mixing, I try to be I try to go the way that I can, the most efficient route without destroying the sound. So without changing any kind of tone or distorting the sound that I already have. When it comes to mixing, I think of mixing as fixing issues. Make sure all the levels are right, make sure the dynamics are in check. And with limiting, I feel like that's just waiting for a mistake to happen, so I don't typically use it. Okay, so it definitely is this mid bass that's pushing up to 5.8. Not sure why, because I already compressed them, but what's this chain for? It's a filter, okay. Let me bring that back one. Yeah, let me bring that back one. Use the limiter and create and sound design. After you're done, getting stage with plenty of headroom. Yeah. Like if you want, like during sound design, yeah, go crazy. Do whatever the hell you need to get the sound. But during mixing, you already know it's just problem solving. I need to figure out why this mid bass is so loud. I think it's this one that's kicking in. I think I might know why. Bam! Fix it. Alright, so what happened was this mid bass number 5. This automation was like way too loud, and that's like, as I mentioned before, if you have a peak in one part of the track, it's probably because there's transients laying on top of each other. So in this case, it was the sub bass dropping down in the pitch, kind of like an 808 kick drum would do. But that wasn't really affecting it. What it was the kick drum, the crash, and the mid bass was all reacting in the same kind of. It was mostly the kick drum and the mid bass, but the crash was having a little bit of effect on it too. So I just lowered the initial tack of this bass, I guess, a little bit down. That's one reason why I don't bounce stuff, because I'd rather just fix the patch than have to edit the audio. I think this is it. I was thinking there's one more thing I was going to check out. I'm trying to remember. I cannot remember though. Yeah, make a New Year's resolution: bounce stuff before you mixing. Bounce and disable the instrument, try hide and disable in case you need to go back. Yeah, I like working with MIDI, so I don't really bounce. Like, I hate working with audio tracks. The only reason I have audio tracks on this one is because it's a remix, and usually with remixes I'll keep the audio just so I can see how they have their projects laid out. So like this snare, usually I have a MIDI track for it. If we go to like my other projects, everything's in MIDI. But I don't know, I just don't like bouncing stuff out. Just not for me. There's something else I was going to look at. Oh, yeah. I remember now. Hang on. I think I want to sidechain this also to the kick drum. It's holding back. Yeah, I'll show you how I work in a little bit, because Busted Finger asked me the same thing, and at the beginning of the archive I went over it briefly how I do it. Let me turn off my microphone real quick to sidechain this. Do I bounce before master or pre-master? If I do the master myself, no, because I'm used to working around it. If I do it to engineer, yes. I'll bounce out a pre-master with everything already down, like mixed down, and then just send a pre-master, and then they'll bump it up. But if I'm doing the master myself, which I don't do a lot because I don't like mastering. I mean, it's the same thing really, but I just don't like mastering myself because I don't know. It's just not something I like doing. Like mixing, I feel like mixing's fun to me because I like doing logical things and technical things. I feel like mixing is more technical than it is creative. You can still be creative with your mix, but to me, it's more technical. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good about this, so I'm going to end this one on this note. Let me play it out, take a little break, and then I'm going to play the full song. Mastering is like trying to find a bug in 30 pages of code. Eventually you find it, but do you want to? Yeah. I mean, it's the same process as mixing, honestly, but like I feel like if I done it once with mixing, I don't want to do it again with mastering. You know, with compression and adding like stereo width and all that crap. And plus, with mastering, you have to use more multiband tools, and I don't like working with multiband devices. I can, but I prefer not to. I'd rather just do each part individually. So I'm gonna play this out, take a break. When I come back, I'm going to show Oopsie how I work around not bouncing out audio tracks, and then once I do that, I'm gonna listen to a track that Tesla provided for me to check out in feedback, and then after that, I'm going to end the stream. That way, it will save the archive in case somebody wants to go back and watch it. They ain't got to watch me mess around with some other projects. And then I'll probably work on Dub Killer stems and see if we can turn something into that. So I'll be back in a little bit. Alright, so if anybody's watching the archive, and after this, I'm just going to show like a template. It's not really mix related, and I'm also going to provide feedback on one track that somebody linked earlier for mix feedback. So process wise, this is like the end of how I mix down a track. So if you really don't really care about giving feedback about somebody else's track or a template on my workflow, then you can go ahead and stop watching. I won't waste your time. But to cover what Oopsie said about how I separate my production, mix, and master. No, kitty cat, you can't have no pizza. Go back. The way I personally do it is I set up stuff already. Hang on a sec, I get my cat down. Get down. Alright. So the way I set up in stages. I work in blocks. Dub killer I will after a little bit. The way I work in blocks is first I arrange everything first. I don't know why I repeated the word first, but first I arrange everything down, come up with a groove and rhythm and everything else, and then after that I'll go back and change the sounds. So when I first make a track, it won't sound good because I'll use like crappy little sounds, and then after I get the arrangement done, I'll go back, do the sound design, replace any samples I don't like, or redesign the patch. And then after I get the sound, like, I'll go do the mix, and then automation. If it's changing the sound, if it's not, it'll go after the effects. Excuse me. Why did I toss the emote? I probably didn't, but it's probably, I don't know. I have to set up against Streamhead. I'm using something different, so maybe took it away. Hang on. Alright, so like first, I arrange the track, kit drum 1, 2, 3, 4, and inside the effects, like with Bitwig, you can set up change, like you can route an instrument inside an instrument. You can pretty much put anything into a chain. So with this, like it's all about mindset. So inside the sampler, I have the sample, and then inside the effects, this effects is everything that I want to change the sound. So if I want to make like a distorted 909 for like a hardcore track, I'll put a 909 sample, put distortion after the tool, and that will be my tone. After the tone, I come in here, and anything in here is going to be for mixing, EQ, compression, everything else. And then usually I have automation after the effects. This is for like fading in volume with a tool or sweeping it with a filter. And then for effects, I do my time-based effects like chorus, delay, and reverb. That way they're clean, they're not getting distorted by the mix or anything like that. And then same thing with the drums, pretty much everything's set up for mix automation effects. The hats are a little bit different because I have to route them different, but everything else, effects is for the sound, mix for the mix, automation, effects. So that's how I keep everything different, like separated. It's mainly about mindset. A lot of people don't like for a lot of people this is like hard to get into, especially since I work with like mono. I work with mono all the way up to the mixing part. Once I get to the mixing, I start taking things out of mono and start adding more stereo, like reverb and delay. So it took a while for me to get used to it, to work at mono and not have the special effects for like ear candy. But my philosophy, or like the way I think of it, is no, I do use quite a bit of native devices. I'll explain in a little bit, but Like my thing is, if you can get your track sounding decent in mono without reverb or delay, then it's gonna sound good in stereo with reverb and delay. If I'm gonna make something and sound like shit without any effects, then it's gonna sound like shit. I mean, nothing's gonna change that. So going back with the native plugins for Bitwig, or devices, I do use them. There is certain occasions though. If it's a tool, I'll use it. E-Kick, I do like E-Kick. For the synths though, I always use Serum. I want to learn how to use FM4. I haven't used it that much. Effects, I will use those, like the blur, the bit, and everything. The only reason I don't use EQ is because there's no analyzers on it. However, I heard through the grapevine that 2.2 or 2.0 is supposed to have an analyzer on the EQs. So once that come out, I'll probably get rid of Q2. I don't know yet. Saturn, I don't actually use Saturn that much. I need to though. I use a lot of effects though. The only thing I don't use from Bitwig is the synths and time-based effects. I do like the delay. The delay is pretty good. Reverb's alright. Sometimes it sucks though. I don't like using the reverb. I feel like time-based effects is better off if you buy like a third-party application like Valhalla, where they focus on that one effect. Whereas with like a DAW, they have to build the interface, they have to build like the coding, they have to do like everything for it. So if they're making everything, I feel like they're not putting as much attention as a third party would into a reverb. So for the most part, I do use Bitwig. I'm trying to get out of using third party and sticking to native Bitwig, because once 2.0 comes in, supposedly it's going to have like a huge modulator. So like third party programs, I use the analyzer because Bitwig doesn't have one. Even when I do get one, I'll probably still use it because it's a really good analyzer. And then Q2 and C2, that's the only thing I do really outside of Bitwig. Alright, let me grab this track. I'm assuming this is 140. He didn't tell me the BPM of it though, but I'm guessing it's 140. And see if I can do a feedback on this Tesla track. I don't think this is 140.
Take a look and you'll see into my imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in a world of my creation that we'll see will defy explanation. Come with me. Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look, and you'll see into my imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in a world of my creation that we'll see will defy explanation. Come with me.
Alright, so I got the idea for it. First off, the track is good. Like, I like the track. I like the idea of it. Mix is off though. Quite a few things actually. First thing, it's very, very bright. Your high end is way too loud. Let me see if I can do this without feedback into my microphone. Hang on a second. So the high end energy, you know, again, I'm working on a 4.5 slope, so everything should be pretty even if we're following a Fleischer curve. First thing to take with a grain of salt though, this is not the genre I usually produce in, so I'm going to try my best to do it, but Dope Killer, I know, just give me a minute. Alright, so first, it's way too bright. The high ends are way too loud. Let me find it. I think it's this part. So, okay. So this is even, but one, the loudness is for the hats are too loud. There's the issue I want to point out with this though. When it comes to the riser, there's one riser when it comes up. I think it's around this area. It is way too loud. Like, it is coming off the chart. So Tesla, you have to pull that one down quite a bit, probably 10 decibels. The issue with this right here is, I'm guessing this is your bass with like extra harmonics, and this harmonic should be louder than this. And actually, this harmonic shouldn't be this loud. This harmonic should be like way down here. It sounds super squash, and it sounds like everything is pretty compressed, and I don't have it turned on. But your sub bass down here is quieter than your harmonics. So if we play this out and if we show on the analyzer, you can see that. And that's the other thing, is the sub bass. Like, this sub bass has way too many harmonics for my taste. This note is too high also. You can get away with a C note, but it's really, really hard to do. It's really hard to mix a C note in. I would bring this down an octave to be honest, because this is not a sub bass. I mean, it is, but you're pushing it. It doesn't feel right on the sub pack. It doesn't sound good. Yeah, she's meowing. She wants me to play. So bring down the sub like lower, and then bring down these harmonics a lot. Bring down the high ends down too, and your keys, the pianos, those are too loud too, and the vocals. Yeah, right here, like that should be the loudest. Yeah, I wouldn't have the sub at all before the drop, but that's just me. Like the vocals here, if you're gonna have the vocals be loud in the sub bass shouldn't be this loud. It should be a little bit quieter, like Shroom mentioned. If you're gonna have both of them in like an energetic part of the song, then the sub bass needs to come up a little bit more, and these vocals need to come down a little bit more. If you pull it down and they get lost, add like a very soft compression. You probably want to put compression on vocals anyway, because the same deal with sub bass. If they go up and down in pitch, you're gonna lose that volume. So you definitely want to compress your vocals in sub bass. Yeah, everything below 30. Again, right here. Anything below 30, most. Okay, let me rephrase that. So the deal with cutting off at 30 hertz and 18 hertz. The reason you cut below 30 hertz is because most professional sound systems can't produce below 30. Most home entertainment systems, like they sell at your local stores, they won't produce below 40. Most of them won't. If you get like a really good one. Common systems won't usually have problems producing below 50. Anything around 40 hertz is pretty good. 40 hertz, you will have a good bass response on most systems. Anything below 30, you're just wasting headroom, so that's just taking up space. You can cut off below 30. Going to 18,000, most human ears can't detect anything over 18,000, so anything above 18,000, it's just wasting headroom also. You may have noticed earlier I was cutting off a bunch of stuff at 18,000. That's because, it's just wasting headroom. So the sub bass, I wouldn't have the sub bass in the intro, because I feel like, if you play on club, you're going to feel that bass. You're going to feel it quite a lot. And if you're already feeling the sub bass, it's not really a lot of power. Once that drop comes in and the sub bass comes in, that's where you get that big, like, powerful wave of air coming through you. The vocals need to come down again, like I mentioned. The high ends need to come down, and the keys. You have some piano keys that's pretty loud. Let me find it. Let me move my microphone and find that key.
And you'll see and you'll be come with me.
Excuse me. Alright, so right here, this key is, it's not too bad, but for me personally, it's a little bit too loud. I would bring it down also. Everything else sounds alright. And this bass right here, these harmonics, you need to pull this down. I would actually remove like all 5 of these right here. You'd probably be alright with just bringing this down here, like 2 decibels, and then just have these 2 notes for the sub bass. So remove sub bass in the intro, bring down the riser, bring down the high ends on the hats, bring down the vocals a little bit. You might want to compress them so they don't lose the volume, and then bring down the keys and remove some of the harmonics and sub bass. Everything else is pretty solid though. Alright, so get that. Let me end the stream. That way it'll catch the archive, and I'll be back real quick to see if we can do something with Dub Killer's remix.